Hello. So in this video, we are going to be doing working drawings for this building that we have modeled and we have presented, because I want us to go straight to the point. I don't want us to talk about things that have no business with what we want to do. So the way we are going to be doing this to be able to achieve this objective is through working with the sheets that we need to provide in this working drawing. Right, so I'm just going to come over here in these sheets. Don't worry, we're going to recreate them. I'm going to select all of them and I'm going to delete. Okay, just hit delete button on your keyboard. It's going to delete all of them. Right, so I want to start recreating these sheets. Let me go first of all, go over to where we have, I think we have our site plan somewhere. Okay, we're going to be using this one for our site plan. This, I'm going to select this and remove it. Don't worry about this. We're going to be correcting this view to make it, good for our working drawings. Right, so I'm going to go to the plan. So now let's start by recreating the sheets that we just deleted. So the first sheet we're going to be working on is the cover page, the cover sheet. All right, so how do we create this sheet that we need to work on? Okay, we're not going to create the sheet from the scratch, we're just going to import an already created sheet. Okay, I'm going to attach these sheets in the description for you to download them. So do well to check that out. So to create a new sheet, all you have to do is come over here where you are seeing sheet in the project browser and then right click. And then you click on this new sheet over here. Now, when you click on it, this dialog box opens, right? So you can see that we already have some sheets in here. These are the sheets that are already imported into this file, into this Revit project file. So if you want to use any of those sheets here, all you have to do is select it and then hit OK. That is going to create a new sheet for you, right? But then the sheet I want us to use in this particular, for this cover page, has not been imported, to this file. So for us to be able to import it or to load it in, all we need to do is click on this button, load. Now, when we do that, it is going to open this dialog box with which you are now going to locate the location where the file you want to load in. That's the sheet file, okay, family file that you want to load in. Now, the one I want to load in is this drawing cover type 1. So you click on it to select it and then you hit open. That loads it in. Now, with it selected, you can now hit OK. But then I want us to bring in the other sheet that we're going to be using for, the other pages, because this cover page is different from the other sheets we're going to be using, to display the work itself. So I'm going to say open, and then both of them are in here now. So I'll select this, that's the cover, because that's what we want to create now, and then I'll say OK. Now, when you say OK, it is going to create the cover sheet and then it is going to open that sheet for you. Now, the cover page of a working drawing, displays the project name, the project address, the client's name, the issue date of the project in question, and then the project status. That's the type, because this can also be, something similar to this can also be used for tender drawing. So if it is for tendering, you have to write it, this is for tender. If it is for approval, you have to write it, council approval drawing. If it is like what we're working on now is for working drawing, so we have to write architectural working drawing. So all these things can be edited. This sheet cover has been done in such a way that you can edit them. And once you do that, once you edit this parameter, it is going to adjust the parameter in the entire project. Now, as you can see this issue date now. It is displaying exactly what we have here. Okay, the sheet number is not showing anywhere on this page. It is showing here and there. So if I change it here, it is going to change here. If I change it from here, it is going, anywhere I change it, it is going to change everywhere. That's why Revit is such a very nice software. It BIM too. Okay, everything is just one singular file. You can edit it from multiple locations, but once you edit them, everything is unified in the information that it is, providing. Now back to what we're talking about. So I'm going to edit, first of all, I'm going to edit the sheet name. Okay, to edit this sheet name, you right click here, you see rename. Right, if I click here, it's going to bring out this dialog box with which I can change the sheet number and then the sheet name. Right, then I can also come in here and just type in the sheet number I want and then type in the sheet name I want. That is going to also do the same thing. You can try this and I'm telling you how to see the outcome you're going to get. Or you can just come over here, click here, and then click again. the same thing happens. You can now type in whatever you want. So for the sheet number, I want us to, type in A000. You can type in whatever you want. Okay, I'm just, for example, is what I'm doing. So for the cover, the name, I want to write cover page there. That's the name of this sheet. And I'm going to say, okay. Immediately I did that, it changed here and also here, like I said. Now I'm going to go ahead and edit the parameter. That's this, edit all these things into what I want them to be. Right, so let me just do that. All right, as you can see, I've finished editing the parameters that you can see here. So when I come over, like I said, you can see the issue date has changed to May 2025, as you can see here. So when we go into this project, when we start importing all that shit, you'll find out that the client's name, the location, and the project name will also have been adjusted. All right, so let's get to it. The next sheet we're going to be working on is going to be the general notes sheet. Right, so we're going to just come over here, create new sheet, select this one, the title block, and then say okay. That is going to create this sheet. This is where we're going to have our general notes. Right, so the general note now is going to be basically, it's just like a copy and paste test. General notes are basically instruction that you are giving to those who are going to use this drawing that you are producing. So that the drawings at the end of the day will be used in the way that they were intended to. Right, so the reason why I say it's like a copy and test, because you just have to do it once and you copy it from project to project. If there are little details you need to change based on the agreement that you reached, okay, usually if you are the one designing, if you are the principal architect, then you are allowed to come up with your general notes. But if you're just doing this working drawing, you just have to like copy it from the firm's previous project and then paste. Or if they don't have and they want you to do it, you can copy this one that I'm about to keep here. Okay, the link in the description. You just copy it and you paste it, because these are all things that you can always have in your general notes, unless there are little adjustment that you need to make, or totally different adjustment that you need to make. All are depending on the contrast that are in play in this particular project. So I'm going to put the link in the description for you. But before I do the copy and paste, you have to first of all add the text that you're supposed to use. So you go over to the Annotate tab, you're going to see text. So you click here. Don't worry, just type whatever. The purpose of this is for us to be able to create the text that we're going to use. So we're going to have one that is very big like this, and we're going to leave this one to be this small. Let me see if it's going to be okay. So this is trebuchet, so let me just leave it as 2.5. That's not 2.5. So now that we don't have the text that we need, so now that we don't have the text we need, we're going to create a new one. So I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to call this 3.5 meters. I need 3.5 meters text. Remove this tool that is behind and I say okay. Just come down here, change this to 3.5 millimeters. So I'll hit okay. Right, so we have these two things. All I have to do now is to open where I have it copied. Like I said, this is going to be made available for you in the description. And I'll come in here and then paste it. I can now make it bold over here, or I will edit it. All right, so let me just select it here, duplicate it, and just add bold behind. So say okay, and then come down here and make it bold and say okay. Right, the same is not the same. You can see it is bolder now. Right, so for here, I'm going to come back inside that place and I'm going to copy everything. Ctrl C. And I'm going to select this and then I'm going to paste it. Now, when I paste it, you can see that it became this big. So you can just come over here, drag it down. Now it's looking as if we don't really need the text to be this big, because as you can see, it is not entering it is not entering the sheet. Let me just adjust this properly the way I want it to be. Right. So just one line that has not entered the sheet. and I don't want us to like, basically, I don't want us to like force it. So I'll just come over here, edit this, duplicate these, and create 3 millimeters. And then come over here and type in 3, and then say OK. Right. This is too little. I want to make it 3.2. Okay. 3.2. 3.4. I think that's okay. So I will rename this now and call it 3.4. Let's add 0.4 there. And then say OK. And then say OK. Right. So we have this text. So you can just go around and edit it, like, you know, if you want to. But basically what I'm going to do is remove these numbers and then this, all these spaces that all these places were added. Okay. I will show you how to add numbers properly later. So all right, so now I've gotten rid of all the numbers. So I'll select everything. You can see numbering over here. You can now come over here and add numbers. Just come here, delete the part that you don't want to have number, like all these spaces. You remove the numbering there. Just when you select there, you hit backspace. That gets rid of it. And there you have it. Everything is numbered and indented as they should. Right? So here in the name of the sheet, okay, you can just select here and call this general notes. Right? And that becomes it. You can see the sheet name is general notes. And then the sheet numbering, Revit does this thing for you where once you create a sheet and you number it, the next one, it will try to give you the appropriate numbering. Right? So we are done with this stuff. Now, another thing I want us to actually, you know, impute, okay, is this stuff here in the panel, okay, in the panel of the drawing. So you can see the design by, you can see the drawing. This drawing is the sheet name, general notes. You can see the drawn by and the check by. I want us to fill this now. So in this design by, I'm going to impute over there. I suggest I'm going to impute simple or difficult over there. And then for the drawn by, in fact, for the design by, let me put Chisoman Osike over there because this was his design. Let me put Chisoman Osike there because this is his design. Let me not take his work and call it mine. Then drawn by, I'll put simple or difficult. Then checked by, I'll put architect Peter Odo. Right? So when I do this now, you come over here, you're going to see all these things. That's what I was trying to tell you then, that once you make any changes, it is going to make changes all over the place. So I impute it, you see it here, over there. Okay, so that's it for the general notes for now. If we need to do anything more to this general notes, we're going to come back later. Now, the next sheet we need to work on is the 3D views. Now, this is where, let me just create it. Now, this is where you place the views. That's the 3D views that you have taken of this particular project. Let's say we have done a render of these buildings that we just modeled. Okay, we put it here so that we'll give the client like a vibe of what, you know, they are looking for. So we can have like we can duplicate this sheet actually. As you can see, duplicate the empty sheets, right? But then it will have copy. So when you want to rename it, you rename it. In the video I gave you guys to watch in the previous class, you know, I gave you through the course rep. That was where I broke down the, you know, the sheets, you know, everything concerning sheets. But then if you haven't watched that video, you know, let's say you're not part of the class, I'll attach a link up there, okay, in the top left-hand corner. Okay, your top right-hand corner, you that you're watching it, so you click on it and you watch to understand the things about duplicating sheets, placing views on sheets and all that, guide grids, right? So we're not going to talk about it here. We just want to focus on creating working drawings with the knowledge that we have already, gotten from the previous videos that I just talked about, right? So I'm just going to say, okay, that is going to create another sheet. As you can see, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to leave them like that. 3 views are okay. So I'm going to select this one like we did before. I'm going to just change the project name this time. I'm going to call it 3D views. I'm going to call it 3D view 1. Then I'm going to copy it. Then this other one, just to show you that it works, I'm going to come in here, select everything, Ctrl A and then Ctrl V. When I do that, you see it has adjusted it. So that's like the easiest way I found to be making all these corrections and changes, So this actually should be 2, not 1 again. I was carried away with trying to show you that it works. Right, so to bring in images on this place is very simple. All we have to do is find the image you want to bring in and then just paste it, right? Let's say this is it, but this is not it. I will just come over here, drag it in, drop it, and then position it in such a way that it is going to fit this sheet very well, right? So you can use your arrow buttons to nudge it around as I'm doing now, and then come over here and drag it to where you need it to be. That's it. Okay, so we do the same for the other ones. This one, let me just bring in something else. Okay, this is let's say this is it. Now, pictures from outside is not the only thing you can put. You can actually, here, you go over to the place that you have the 3D views, right? And then drag the 3D view into this place. And there you have it. It is what you want to show, right? And then you can leave it there. So when I select this now, I can just hide it in place by hitting EH on the keyboard. It doesn't really matter, we're going to leave it like this. Then you can now take a very good shot of your 3D. So to do that, let me just show you how you can do that. To do that, just come over here, place a camera from any angle you want. Let me be inside the compound, like so. Right. Yeah, so something like this. So I'm going to keep this at 1, 2. Let's leave that one the way it is. And then I'm going to come inside here and I'm going to turn on this smooth, anti-aliasing, all those stuff. And then maybe here, I'll cast a little bit of shadows. Okay. The ambient shadows as well. Just trying to make it look a little bit nice. It doesn't really matter. Okay. If you have a render, I prefer you impute your render. Right. So in the lighting, going to just bring down the shadow a little bit so that it's not too much. Okay. Increase this one as well. Now in the background, we can decide to use the gradient and say apply. That is going to give us, colorful stuff behind there. And I'm going to say, okay. Now that I've done this, we can now bring it into that particular sheet. Let me just close this for now. Let me delete this. And then let me just drag in the view that I just created, the 3D view 1. Just put it here. Okay, so this is Good. Now, as you can see, unlike the image that we just brought in that we can just easily drag from all angle, this you cannot drag it. This is bigger than this sheet. I can't just come and start dragging it. What you can do is you can select this and then crop it a little bit. But I don't want to crop it. I want everything that is showing to still show, right? But I want it to be smaller. I want it to be smaller, right? So how do we do that? First of all, I'm going to come out of this sheet by double clicking on an empty space like that. Then I will select it. Then I will select it. Over here, you're going to see size crop. Now, when I select that size crop, by clicking on it, you will see it has two options: change field of view and then scale. I want to scale it because I want it to have lock. I want everything to be exactly the way it is, but just a little bit smaller, right? So here we're having 300. So I want it to be reduced. You can see it is bigger by just a little bit. So I'll just come here and try like 295. Then apply. Let's see how that is going to look. That is not enough. So I'm going to make it like 285. Apply just to see how it's going to be. That is almost enough, but 285 is also not enough. So 275. I'm reducing it by 10. If you noticed. I think the perfect now will be 265. So I'm going to impute 265 there. And then apply. And then say OK. Now when I do this, I'll just with the direction button, I'm going to nudge it into place. Right. One more. Okay, so now that we have this on this sheet, we really do not need to be showing this as well. So I'll just select it to get rid of this now. I will just select it, come over here, and then click on no title in the type selector. And then that takes it away. So now when you look, you're going to see the 3D views, right? So I think I'm going to create additional 2 more views to put in this place. I just wanted to show you how you bring in images easily, and then how you can bring in the 3D that is already that you captured from your view. So I'll just do that, and then we can continue with the next sheet. All right, I've added all the images, the 3D views. This one, I've added it and I positioned it the way I want it to be. So the next one I want us to work on, the next one we're going to be working on now is the site plan. So I'm going to create a new sheet for the site plan, and then rename this to be the site plan. Now I want to change the numbering of this site plan. I want this site plan to be A100. And then the name, I'm going to call this site plan. Mind you, you can use all capital letters for this. Now, when you come here and take a look, you find out that this stuff that we edited over here in the general notes are not, they have gone back to the default. The reason why this is like this is because, first of all, these are labels. And this label changes from sheet to sheet. And the reason for that is because it is possible to have different designers, different people that do different sheets, and different people that checked the drawings on different sheets. So for that reason, Revit allows you to be able to do that one sheet at a time. Now, when you duplicate this sheet, it carries the information. Like say, if I come over here now and duplicate this sheet, the sheet I duplicate will have this information on it. I don't have to now do it again. But then if you want to be creating new sheets the way I'm creating this new sheet, there's something you can do to help you bypass this. And that thing is, if you know that this drawing is going to be designed, the drawing was designed by one person and it was like drawn by one person and it's going to be checked by all the sheets are going to be checked by one person, you can actually edit this thing and change the label to text, right? So now I'm just going to change this, to being text, right? So I'm going to select all those ones and I'm going to delete them. I'm going to go and find where we have text, or come here, create a new text that I'm going to use. I don't know. Let me just see how this one is. That's too much. Yeah, so I'll just type something, right? I think I need something a bit bigger than that. Oh, that's small. At the end of the day, I'm going to edit it a little bit and then put 2.5 in there. Right, so I'll just edit this thing into what we had before, and the one that we just edited. So I'm going to come over here, copy this. Let's see if I can paste it in here. Good. I personally am beginning to think that this might be very big. So let me just get the settings of this. This is 1.8. So I'm going to just select this, edit it, and make it 1.8. I think 2.5 is too big. And then make it bold too. So I'm just going to position this here. And nudge it a little bit. Yeah, so I'm now going to load it and close. Say no, I don't want to save it, then I want to override this. So when I do that, you're going to have it, and then you're going to have it all over the place. If I open any sheet now, you're going to see that sorry, I just opened the view. If I open any sheet now, you're going to see that we have that, what is it called again? We have the drum by, the whatever in place. But now the problem with that is they are not going to show here again, but then when you print this sheet, it is going to be here. So you can just come in here and type it in if you feel like doing that. Like in general notes, it is actually very correct. So that's that for that. So back to the site plan, let's get to it. So I'm going to come here to the NGL and we're going to start. We already covered our drawing. We have done almost everything that we need to do. Now, what we need to do now is to get it into the sheet first, position them, and then add the details that we need to add to be able to have a site plan that can be used to set out the building and also start up the construction before we now start using the floor plans to do all the necessary things. All right, so let me come over here and then drag this to this sheet. It is very, very important that you do this like this. Before you start working on any view, that you position that view in the sheet so as to see the space that you have available. Now I'm going to reduce the scale of this, right? I'm going to reduce the scale so that it will fit in perfectly the way I want it to on this sheet. So I'm going to bring this in. And then I'm going to crop this view, right? I'm going to turn on annotation crop so it crops out all this stuff that we don't really need around. So I'm going to select this and no title. That's just because the sheet that we're using has a title already set in that place. Okay, so we are using scale 1:200, which is why this drawing is fitting into this place properly. I know you might be thinking that this is rather too small, but I show you that it is not, Because by the time we start putting the things that we need to put, you find out that we actually need space around this, site. So let me just see. I'll select this now. I don't want to be seeing this elevation camera. I'm going to hide it in view. And that's it. In fact, I don't think I need to be seeing that road fully. Okay? Yeah. So, exactly. So now we have placed this on sheet. Let's just use our eye to position it properly, our eyeball to position it properly where we feel it's going to be okay. All right, let's get in here and add our view template. So view template, I'm going to click here. When I do that, you see we already have a site plan. So I'm going to select that one using 1:200. I'm going to change this to fine, right? Before we get into this place, I want us to take a look at the model display. It's in hidden lines, so I'm going to turn on the smooth lines with anti-aliasing, and then say okay. I don't want shadows, so it's off. So we're going to leave it like that. View range. Let me go and see, because I don't want this to be showing me the view from the roof. Let me just show you what I mean by that. Like the view that is higher than the roof, I just want to see the building's footprint. So if I hit apply now, you're going to see, let me close this. This is the roof that is supposed to be above, that is now showing down here, right? I don't really want it to be like that. So I am going to go back in there and then adjust this view range. All right, view range is just like we said before earlier on I think in part 2. It's just where this drawing. Let me just use this to explain it. Where the drawing is being cut, because as you know, all plans are horizontal section cut from the building. So with this view range now, you can set this. Where this building is cut, either to start from here or here or here. But it all depends on what it is, where you want them to be, right? So I want it to be just a little bit above the NGL. That's a damp-proof course area. So that's where I want it to, because that's where the full building footprint is. So I'm just going to come in here and type in, say 500. It doesn't here too. Or here, let me just say 400. Let me see how that is. So when I do that, you find out that the roof goes away, right? I can do better than this. I can just type in 12 here, and then where it is going to cut it, I can just make this 1000, okay? And then say, okay. So when I did that, the staircase started showing in elevation. Okay, so I think that was good. When we are doing this initially, when we are doing the presentation aspect, we make sure that the floors and everything, as you can see, this is showing green, this is showing the patterns which we apply to it, right? We are not overriding anything as regards to that with this place. Okay, if you don't want it to be like that, you can override it. Right now, what I want to override are these trees that we are having that is white. Okay, I want them to be transparent, right? As we keep working, we are going to keep making adjustments. And then this slab, this floor here, I think, let's just start with the planter. So the planting, I think, is planting. Let me find the planting. You can confirm by coming here, selecting this element. You see the category belongs to here, planting. So I'll just go back in there, come over here, type P on the keyboard. When I do that, you're going to see elements that started with P, categories that started with P. So I'm just going to override all of them. I just click here. The weight is 1, obviously. The color is going to be, doesn't really matter. Let me leave it as black. And then say okay. And here, transparency, I'm going to just increase it and say okay. And then apply. When I do that, you're going to see the trees sitting there, but then transparent enough for you to see through. Right. So these elements here, I want to change it, but then I actually want it to be thicker than it is now. So I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to override by element. Now the surface, the projection line, you can do this, you can actually edit this and then change, but then with this, you can make it as thick as you want in no time. So for the projection, I want it to be like this. I want it to have, to be a bit more, a bit plenty. And I say, okay. Now, when I'm looking at it from this, point of view, this is what we are having. Right now, I don't want this floor slab to be like this. It is going to have pattern, but the pattern is too much, so much so it is making it gray, right? So I'm just going to go in there and I'm going to edit this pattern just like we added it before. So first of all, what I need to do, because mind you, we are no longer doing presentation drawing. What I need to do is add no pattern behind here. And for this one, I'm going to just edit the scale. I'm going to edit the fill pattern. It is 1 now. I just make it 1.2 and see what it looks like. I don't know. 2. I think 2 will be okay. And then say okay. Apply. Yes. I like it now. So I think it will be profitable to us if we actually made this green to be a bit lighter. Okay, there's nothing wrong with it. I just want it to be a bit lighter, like so. Okay, and then say okay, apply. So now when you're looking at it, you will see the green, but then it's a bit lighter than it used to be. So for this now, I'm going to just select this. I don't like the way it is crossing over here. And then select all of them and then hide only this element in view. Okay, don't hide this category, hide element in view, because we are going to be adding our own pretty soon. This stuff over here, I'm just going to select all of them and hide them from this view, right? So when I finish doing that, you can see what we're having. This is a slab edge. We can control how that looks and feels, right? So this floor slab, even this one here, I want it to be a bit light as well. But then if it is obscuring, like when we start adding dimensions, if it is obscuring what we are doing, if we are not able to see it properly, which I doubt, but as you can see, we can see what it is that we have done properly. Okay, so I think, but with this, we can just start doing our stuff. All these cars that we are having here, in fact, I think there is a line underneath that place. We don't want that. Turn this enough so that when I click here, it doesn't select. So I'll just filter out the lines that we are having there, thin lines, and I'm going to delete them so we have only the car parks. Right. So these cars that we're having here, we can actually select all of them and then turn them into halftone stuff. So I'm going to come in here and then I'm going to go over to site. So whatever belongs to this category becomes halftone. To do the halftone stuff, just come over here, check on the halftone and then hit apply. When I do that, they are in halftone now, right? Every other thing that is, like that is going to be halftone as well. Now I'm beginning to think that this 3-2 needs to be halftone. So it's just like that. Whatever it is that you want to do based on what you are seeing and what you are appreciating with your eyes, you can just come in here and do them. And then the good thing about doing this thing is that once you finish doing it like this, you don't have to do it again next time. All you have to do is just to transfer the project standards. You can transfer from another project. So when you do that, it just comes in and then you start working without it. I'm just doing this from the scratch because I need to show you how to do your own to be able to get what you want. Now it's time for us to work on the property line. It is half-toned because it's part of the site. So I'm going to come in here, go over here. As on my keyboard, see site. So I'm going to drop it down. I'm going to come over here to the properties line and I'm going to add weight to it. I'm going to make it 9 and I'm going to make it red. Red, pure red. Then for the pattern, I'm going to select the one I feel is the most appropriate and then say okay. And then hit apply. Okay again. Now this halftone stuff is not working for me. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to edit it and then remove the halftone from there. Right, so I'm just gonna say okay and then okay. Cool. there you have it. That is the site before we start working. Now here, I want to, because I don't want to leave this place open like this, so I'm just going to take this field region and then do the one for those areas. So I'm going to turn on my thin line. So I'm going to delete this part, and then I'm going to add it with pick line. The same thing I'm going to do for this other place. Sorry. So I'm going to select this is 0.6, so I'm going to make everything 0.6. And then say okay. So when I turn this off, all of them are the same thick line. Mind you, I overrode this, the graphic of this, so all of them are going to assume the same graphics. Now I'm going to select this because I want it to be halftone. I'm going to make it halftone in person. So I'm going to override this by element and then say halftone and say okay. That solves that problem for me, right? But I don't even think, let me take it back and leave it the way it is. Right, so the first thing I want us to do, after we have done this, we have adjusted this thing the way we want it to be. If this is not how you want, if you want yours to be black and white, you can easily go in there and remove the color. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But if you want it to be colored like mine, we have done this thing and we have added the color before. So exactly the way we added that color is the way you can always add your color or remove the color. And mind you, this is in hidden line. It is not in any hidden line and the color is still showing. So the next thing I want us to do is to bring in a not arrow, right? So I'm just going to bring it in. I'll just drag it and drop. Okay, that works. So I'm going to place it over here. Okay, that's why we turned on this annotation crop, so that if it crops it, this part is the part that works for annotation. Then we can open it up for you to accommodate what we want to show. Now, when we turn off this, everything looks like they are one and the same. Right, so this, I don't want it to be, see the way the road is looking black, I just don't want it to be like that anymore. So I'm going to select that road and I'm going to adjust the material and remove the blackness. I want it to flow with the sheet, right? So I'm going to come in here and edit it. So here I'm going to, no pattern, say okay, and that's it. Apply, say yes. So everything now is as they should be. So when I turn off this, you can see. Okay, let me just move in some more. When I turn off this, you can see everything is as they should, like looking white. All right, so I will just turn it back on because we're not done. All right, you can even leave it on, and when you want to export, you turn it off through your export settings. All right, so the next thing, after we have imported the not arrow, the next thing I want us to import is the, sorry, hold on a minute. That not arrow may not be correct, so I will show you how to, you just have to rotate it into being correct. So you come over here, you're going to see orientation. It is displayed as project node. So I'm just going to turn it to true node so that we'll get a feel of what we are dealing with here. Now is when this node is supposed to be pointing up. So I'll just come over here. Position it like this, right? And then go back in there and change this orientation. Where is the orientation again? Orientation. Change it to project node. And then say okay. Right, so you can see this is the way the node is going to be positioned. Right, so that's how the node is. Right, cool. So the next thing I want us to do, I want us to add text. to this site. So here we are going to have the proposed building. So let me just call this the proposed block of flats, right? Because we have other buildings on the site. Let's see. We have bigger text in here, but that is too big. Let me try this 3.5. I think this is just good. Now I like doing this with, not with Trebuchet, I like doing this with area. So I'll just type 3.5 mm area and then say okay. Then find area here. It's just a normal font that everybody have. Everybody's supposed to have area in their system, and then I'll say okay. So I'll put it in bold. What I did, okay, yeah, put it in bold and then say okay. So now I'm beginning to think that this is quite big, so I'm going to make it 3. Make it 3 and say okay. All right, this I am going to make a little bit smaller. We have to make it a little bit smaller. So I'm going to make this 2 millimeter area. Okay, so just to like create appropriate font sizes that is going to suit the space that we have. So I'm going to call this proposed gatehouse and put it in here. I think we might actually have to make this a little bit smaller. So I'm going to rename this, I'm going to call it 1.5. 1.5. Right, so this one, proposed BQ, that's boys quarter. Boys quarter. I don't know, maybe not. So I'm going to leave it like that. Right? So you can choose to change your text from being opaque to being transparent, so that's if that's what you prefer. But I feel like this is better for easy readability and all that, because the number one of what we are doing as architect is that it has to be legible. So here is the entrance. So I'm going to write entrance here, or I might even add main in front of it, main entrance. Main entrance. And then I'm going to change the orientation of this text. So like this is now in front. Bring it in. So this line here, I actually do not, but we can leave it because it's actually showing that there's something there. So because this is where you ramp up to enter the building site. So as this thing is like this now, you can choose to introduce text, but I don't want to introduce that leader line. Okay, I introduce this leader, but I don't want to do that. Instead, I'm going to draw a field region, a triangle. I'm going to draw a triangle with a field region. So I'll come over here, select field region, and then just draw it. Okay. So I'm going to select this, I'm going to delete it. I'm going to make it a thin line. Solid black, and then yes. So you have the main entrance. So when we come to the building, you know, this is the same thing. I'm just going to copy it now. This is where the entrance is. Okay. So now I'll select this and make it align to the middle. And I'm going to rotate this, right? Because the arrow is pointing upwards now. So I'll put it here. I'll move it down a bit. So instead of having main entrance, I'm going to call this building entrance. All right, so we have that one too. Okay, so the next thing we might do now is to start adding our dimension, right? But if there are things you need to call out in your drawing, like things you need to explain, add extra explanation for, okay, you might have to do that. Because this is an imaginary project, I do not have like imaginary site, I do not have like beacon numbers to put. But when you have beacon numbers to put, you can put them with just the use of text. So let's say this is the font, this is the text I want to use. I held down Control to duplicate it. So you hold down Control, you click, select it, and drag it to where you want to be. It is going to duplicate it to you over there. So let's say your beacon number is like this. So you just have to type it in, and then come down, type in the other one. Anyhow it is, just duplicate it inside there. It does not really matter. So you put it over here. Okay, you can use another field region over there to make it a box or whatever you feel like you need to do to like show that, okay, this is where we have a beacon. So just copy this one, copy it, and then paste, paste, paste. So with this now, you have that over there. So you copy this one, just put it over here and edit. Put it over here and edit. Let me just move it and edit it. Shift this one over there too, and also edit it just like that. Right, so that's the beacon number. So the next thing is, like I was saying before, you can add additional details. So let's say this greenery now, I want to tell you exactly what I want you to do there, like the people that are going to construct this building. Okay, so I will just type in something like this, carpet grass on loamy soil, and put it there. Now, if you type it in like this, you can now add leader to it. Now I want this leader to be filled. It is open, so I'll just select it, come down here where we are selecting leader arrowhead, and then change it to this 30 degrees fill arrow. Now I can try to push it out here. For the paved area, we're going to have a patterned, stamped concrete. So I can just write something like this in there. Right? Let me just hide this. Okay. For the curves, we can still have details for the curves, how I want the curves to be, even though we can still show this thing graphically, right? We can still do like a detail sheet where we show the curves, how I want the curves. I'll use Dimension to describe it. But you can just use text, right? You use text, you add it, it adds more detail to what you're doing and makes your drawing, better off. And these trees too, you can do like a call out, you can do a different view, call it landscape plan, and then you annotate the trees and then call them what exactly they're supposed to be. Okay, these two that we're having over here, we can do like a leader, but you get the point. So you can just use text to add all those things. Now, this site has different levels, like spot elevations. So here now we are 0. If you come over here, you can see the height of that. So we can always add this to tell, the builders, the engineers, where we are supposed to have change in height. So here on the road, we have -100. Okay, when you come in here, you are at 0 level. When you want to do the lawn, this is what I want the lawn to be. So you can use that to add all those change of levels. Right. So with that now, I think it is time for us to start doing our dimension. Now to do the dimension, select this, select the side boundary, hit HI on your keyboard. That is going to take away every other thing and isolate the building and the site. Now I'm going to put like the lines that you're going to use for your setting out. So I'm going to grab my dimension tool and I'm going to, let me zoom in so that I'll know when I select it. Now I've selected it. So I'll put it here. Then I'll come over here, grab another one, and then input it. Okay. With this, you can start doing your, what is it called? You can start doing your setting out. Let's get one more just in case they need like confirmation. All right. So let's do it from this angle as well. Cool. Then here, I'll get another one. Right. I don't like the fact that this is crossing over here, so let's take it from this side. So I'm going to all right, so there we have it. There we have it. So we can choose to have this one as well for our setting out. So I'm just going to add just one. Let me just in case they want to start from there and start building, so they can just set it out. Or you can also use as a way to cross-check to make sure that all is in order. So when we have this now, we can now start doing our dimensioning. So HR to bring everything back. HR, that brings everything back. You can see all our dimensions are showing as they should. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to duplicate this and add side behind it. Okay, and then inside here, I'm going to turn it from being a transparent, transparent dimension line to opaque. So the text gets to block whatever is behind it so that we can see it. Did I not just do that? Okay, I just did it for only this one. So I'm going to select this. In fact, I'm going to select all of them. The ones that are visible in view. Select all instance visible in view. And I'm going to change it to the one that has site in it. So I just want to select this and move the text up a little bit. Okay, so it's at 0.3 now. Let me make it 0.5. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's okay. Cool. Okay. So we have our setting out. Now the next thing I want us to do is to dimension this building, right? And then dimension the areas around the building. So I'm going to continue with the dimension lines that I've been using, but now I'm going to turn on this. So I'll just dimension here. Now, when I want to dimension to the fence, you'll find out that I may not be able to do that simply because I'm using a line dimension, right? So if you really want to dimension to that gate, all you have to do is come over there, add a line, just a little bit of a line. Then you can now start the dimensioning. When you get to the place you have line, you're going to snap to that line, right? And then you're going to dimension it. See, I don't like where this is. So I'm just going to keep it here. Can make adjustment to this line. Let me just turn this off. Okay, I've selected it. Can make adjustment to the line, take it to where you want the line to reach. And then here you go. Okay, cool. Now, you can add this, and then this, and then this, and then this. And choose to click here too. Now I'm going to stop it here till I add the line that I need to add. Just like this. So here we have that as well. So it's just basically adding dimension to various places, you know, as you see fit, the part that you feel is important, that we know what that dimension is. So I've already dimensioned this from outside, and frankly, that is like the repetition out here too. So I'm going to dimension this one in here, simply because I have other things I want to dimension out here, like this planter and staircases. Or steps, whatever. So let me just stop it here, right? Now, when I'm doing this now, I'm trying to make sure that every other thing that is supposed to be visible are visible. Like, take for instance, this building entrance now that we're having here. It is supposed to be visible, so I'm just going to match properties and have the things that are supposed to be opaque, like the text of this dimension. Make them opaque. Now, I wish to reduce the size of this so that it doesn't, cover too much. So I will duplicate this and then change this to reduce this to 1.8. Move it to 1.8. Say okay. So I'll select this and select this, and then select that. Come back a little bit. Then keep it there. All right. So the next thing I want to do is dimension this side. Of course, I want this to be opaque. So I'm going to use this. Like this. Or what I can do is just select this, delete it. This one has already been dimensioned. I'll just dimension this other smaller part. So over here, just like we did in the other place, I'm going to dimension this. Okay. So whenever it asks you to save, you already know what to do. Endeavor to see that you save. Okay, this one seems to be a bit very big. So I'm just going to reduce all these other ones to be this size so that it's still very legible, right? So I'm going to make it that big so that it's very easy for us. Let me just bring this down to fit everything that we want to fit into this place. Right? So for the staircase that is behind here, just the same thing. I'm going to dimension it as well. Maybe I'll just add this and this. And then how far they came out, like so. All right, so let me come over here to this. This building actually is a simple building. So as you can see, as I'm dimensioning it, the dimension is just not that deep. So we have this. Right, so yeah, basically that's just what it is. Then for the sites, for the car park, we can just select, because for ease of doing this, I'll just select all instance in view and then isolate them, and then just quickly dimension all of them at once. I don't understand why this is happening though. Oh. So that's why it is not aligning properly. Let's see if it does now. Right, so we got it. Alright, so unhide them all. Now you see the reason why I actually wanted to make this halftone. So now we can go ahead and do that. Override graphics in view, halftone. Now with this, you find out that you see the dimension that is above there clearly. So I'm going to just select this, and then I'm going to create similar. So it is a 5,000 by 2,500. That's 2.5 meters by 5 meters parking lot. And as you can see the distance from the building right there. So we dimension that as well. You might actually want to find out just how big the parking lot is, so as to be able to, do what you have to do, map out the space accurately. You might also want to find out the size of the entrance. So here we are having the gatehouse at the entrance. So just come over here, pick it up. So 5 meters thereabouts, and then that's the gatehouse dimension right there. So it's just like, you add dimension to where you need to, add dimension. Basically, it's just not a big deal. So impute, obviously, the front and the back sides are not the same size. So you might have to add all those things down there, right there. So yeah, let me just quickly get the dimension of what that is. Here as well, I want to find out what this is. Cool. So yeah. So let me get the overall dimension of this building, like the length, what it will take, And then here too as well. Let me get it from here. Just like that. So when I turn off this, you're gonna see everything, the dimensions and all that, showing up as they should. Right. So I'll just get this also, just to ensure that we have our 3 meters around the site. Okay, here too. You have that as well. Right. So for the, in some areas here, we are having these radius, this driving radius. So we also need to know what that is. So you grab the radial dimension and add that. Okay. If yours needs to be set up, you can just select it and then, edit it like we have edited all other dimension. But for now, I think I'm just going to leave it the way it is because it's not that bad. Now, this is what we are having on this sheet. That's the site plan taking shape, right? So what's the next thing we need to do? Now we might need to number the parking lot, right? We might need to add numberings to this parking lot. Cool. So we grab this, we grab the text, and then we'll start typing. That's 1. So just like that, we're going to get to however number of parking lot that we have here. All right, so we can see I've finished it. Also, we can see at a glance, you can see that we have 12 parking lots. Now, like I said before, if by any chance there is a bit of an issue with visibility due to this color, you can always come here and then turn this to a halftone. When you do that, I believe that is going to solve your visibility problems, right? So this one too, you can also make it halftone. Okay, but I think it doesn't really matter. But then let's leave it like this. The one outside doesn't really matter that much. It is whatever. Okay, we don't have to see properly what is going on there. So for this gate, we can choose to add details to it. Just for the looks of things, I want to add this text over there. But when I come in here, it disappears. That's because of our annotation crop. So we have to go out some more, then shift this thing and then realign it to that side, right? So bring it down to this position. So now you appreciate the reason why we added all this space around this side so that we can be able to do all this. Okay, so for the gates, it's going to be a wrought iron gate and it's a rolling gate. So that's the description for the gate. So over here, we can simply add another detail for the paved area finishes. It's just, for balance. You don't have to do this, obviously, but, when you look at this drawing from this point of view now, everything is just looking, if I turn off this thing, everything is just looking like, cool. So the next thing we are going to do now is to add the site analysis. Site analysis are the details of this site. Like at a glance, I should be able to tell the area of the site, the density of the site, the, area developed, the percentage developed, the area of the greenery, area of pavement, and all those stuff. We should be able to, and we are able to do that with the help of this stuff I'm talking about. Right? There are various ways you can do this. You can just do it on sheet, or you can do it as a legend. Now, when you do it as a legend, it is not bad. You can always copy it and paste from one sheet to the other, right? So, which is why I want us to do it as a legend. So you come over here, legend. So new legend. Yeah, I want to call this site analysis, right? Site analysis. And then say okay. Now inside here, I'm going to come over here to the annotate tab, and I'm going to grab the detail line. Okay, I'm just going to come inside here, TX on my keyboard, and then type in site analysis as again. Analysis. Okay, so before I do anything, I'm going to drag it into this place so I'll see what I'm working with. Cool. So as usual, I'm going to turn this off. There's no need for that. The site analysis is up here. So I'm going to balance it in the middle like so. Cool. So I'll now start editing this stuff from in here. So if it doesn't enter, I'm already aware that it doesn't. It's not going to enter. So I am going to start typing. Now, the density of this site. Density of site. Sorry. Now, when you look at this site, you find out that the number of people living in this site tops. We have 2 units per floor, and this is like 3 floors. That is 2, 4, 6. 6 units of building. That's 6 families. Hence this stuff. Then the boys' quarter is behind here. That's 3 bedrooms or thereabouts. Is going to be inside there. So we are having 6 families plus 3 additional people. So at the end of the day, you find out this is a low density site. It's not that much people living in this place. So without even having to do nothing, we just come here and type in low density. Right? So the next one is area of site. We're going to get that shortly. Let's just type it. Then let me type in something. Let me just type in 647 SQM. That is square meters. Okay, SQM. Then underneath here, I'm going to area developed. Doesn't matter. Let me just copy this and paste it. Here, later we're going to change all that, but for now, let's just, keep doing it where we're doing it. Percentage area developed. Oh, this is supposed to be percent, so I'm just going to add percent there. Then area of greenery. Area of greeneries. Area of pavement. Number of parking lots. This one we know. It is 12. Cool. So yeah, I'll just adjust this to suit. Adjust this to suit as well. Now I'm going to add this. Right? I don't need to, but let me add it. There you go. So I'm going to now balance it properly to the middle. That's the site analysis, right? So there are things we need to get like this. Now the area is 936.336. So you now use your pen, you write it down because now you know what you're looking for. Let me write mine down, and then you type it in. 936.963, I think. Then the area developed. That is all these buildings that are in this end. You can see the area 291.011. Percentage developed. We're going to solve mathematics for that one to get this area developed from the total area. So percentage developed, I'm going to type that one in. Then just like that, we're going to do everything for the greenery and everything for the pavement. So let me just go ahead and impute all these things. All right, so as you can see, I'm done adjusting this. Okay, so there you go. Right, so you can see we have our site plan in place. If there's anything else that is required based on, I believe you should be able to add all that. Right, so I'm going to go over to the next, which are the floor plans. That's the ground floor plans. So I'm just going to create a new sheet for the floor plans. Now, there are various floor plans that you can do. Okay, you can do an annotation and furniture layout floor plan that shows the furniture in the building, the annotations, the doors and window tags and all that. And also you do another one so that the entire thing doesn't get cluttered up. That's the reason for having all these various floor plans. Another one that shows the dimensions, that shows all the dimensions for the buildings, okay, so that they can be easily constructed. Now you can have another one for tiling, like the floor tiles, where you now say, okay, this is the tile I want for you to use in so and so place. And then you have another one for ceiling plan, where you show the ceiling designs and lighting points, right? So let's go ahead. With this building we have 3 floors, right? But I'm going to do the complete set for the ground floor plan, after which we are going to go on to the next thing, which is the roof plan, right? With the knowledge of doing the ground floor plan, you should be able to do as many floor plans as you need to, right? So let's just get to it. Now, to begin, I will go over here to the ground floor plan. Okay, I'm going to save. Now, this is what we're having from the previous presentation drawing that we did. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to work on the template for this so that we can easily have something to work from. So the first one I'm going to create is the one for annotation. Then I'm going to duplicate it. I will have the one for dimension, and then maybe the one for dimension is what we're going to be using for for the floor tiling and all what's not, right? But then just a few things we need to adjust here. We need to adjust the patterns of the wall. So the good thing about this is, as you keep working, you can always come and make adjustment to things you need to adjust. So this is the cut line. Then the pattern, I'm going to use this. Let me just use this. Nothing on the background. What is the thickness of my wall? 5. Okay, 5 is okay. Right? Nothing else for now. So I'm just going to hit apply and say okay. Okay. So everything has changed. Now the reason why we are still having this to be this color is because when I was doing that presentation, I did those things. I overrode them manually from here. So just come over here and then reset, say okay, and they are back to normal. The same for this as well. Alright, by elements, reset, say okay. So this now, that is a row separation line. I don't want it to show anywhere. I don't want it to show here. I don't want it to show there. I can either select it from here and hide it in view, or wait, see this one too. As you can see, the detail of this drawing is coarse. Okay, it's coarse. So it's part of what we're going to adjust. So just like that, the way we did the adjustment for the site plan, I will just go in there and then continue with the adjustment. So yeah, so I'm coming in here now. I'll go over here to the level, detail level, put it in fine, right? Apply. Okay, so the next thing I want to do now is I want to adjust my what is it called, view range. 2312. I think it's okay. I think there's nothing I won't be seeing there. Let me just take a look. Okay, it's not okay. So I'm going to bring it up a little bit. So instead of having 1, 2, I'm going to have like 2 meters here. That's okay now. So you can see. Going to adjust this floor. We're going to have something like this. For the model display, going to put it in hidden line and then anti-aliasing and then say okay, apply. Let me go ahead and hide the lines, the room separation lines. I think I'll find this line under rooms. Right. Color view, interior view. Line, you see room separation. So you turn it off from here. You can always search what you're looking for from here. So you turn it off from there and then hit OK and then apply and then say OK. So with that now, we have hidden what we don't need to see. Just to make sure that this is not on. So I'm going to turn this off now. So everywhere is clear. Everywhere that needs to be clear is clear. Okay, so these are furnitures. We can just go back in there to ensure that our furnitures are showing the way they ought to show. That's type in furnitures. Yeah. So this, I'm going to take it down to 1. Okay. Furniture system, that's same 1. Generic models. Casework. The same. When it comes to how it is displaying, can put it in 1. Okay, so just to be sure. Right? So now before we do anything else, I suggest we put it on sheets. So this is the sheet we've created. I'm going to just quickly change the name to ground floor dash annotation plan. So I'll just anno plan. Okay. You can write it in full if you prefer, but this still works. So I'm just going to come over here, drag this to this place. This is 1:100. I'll turn off this. This is the one we just worked on. And this is 1:100, right? So I'll just select this and just nudge it out of the way. So we have to work completely showing the way it should show. So things like this, I just do to help the graphics look better. So when I'm done with this, let me go ahead and create the other floor plans that I want. The second one I'm going to create is one for dimensions. So I'm going to duplicate this view with details, right? Now, this one I created here, I don't want it to have dimensions, which means I don't want dimension to even show. Right now it is showing. I want, by the time I'm done, even if you are trying to dimension won't show. So I'll come inside here. We have always been working in this model, but there's annotation category. So you can come in here and select dimensions and turn it off. When I do that, the dimension that I added there will disappear. So if I want to add another dimension, you find out that it is not going to show. Revit even wanting to tell you that whatever you are creating is not showing because something is up. It is turned off or something. right? So that is it for now. So here now, I'm just going to leave it as that, and then come in here with it selected. I'm going to duplicate this and call it dimension plan. Say okay, go back in there, and then turn it on. Now, turning dimension on, then I'll come in back inside here and turn off all the furniture stuff, like the casework, the furniture systems, sanitary features, specialty equipment, sanitary features, and all that. Plumbing equipment, plumbing features, all those things. If there's anyone we are missing, we're just going to find out what category that one belongs to, and then we're going to come back and then hide them. So I'll just say apply, and as we have it, all of them have disappeared. Which one is this? This is generic model. So I'm going to go back in there and then turn off generic model. So type G on your keyboard, that is it. Turn it off and then say okay, and then say okay. So there you have it. The generic model is gone. So here I want to tag the spaces, right? And how do I do that? I go over here to in Annotate, you see tags. You see tag all. So I'll click here and then come down here, come over to room tags. Room tags. As you can see, the room tags are all showing, right? Where they are supposed to show. Okay, so for this other one, I'm going to do the same thing. Tag all. I'm going to use room tag R. I'm going to tag all of them. And these ones that require a little bit of adjustment, I'm going to adjust them. Yeah. So with this now, I'm going to place it on sheet. But before I place it on sheet, time for me to use the guide grid to confirm that where this is where we need it to be, so that I can easily place others when the time comes. So I'm going to open here and I'm going to go over here and I'm going to turn on reference, draw in a reference plane. I'm going to go over to view and I'm going to grab a guide grid, say okay. Now I'm going to make changes to it and just all these changes in place. Okay. So when this thing happens that it disappears as you're about to place it, just bring it out again. It is going to be where it's supposed to be. So I'm going to create a new sheet, right? Bring in the guide grid. Now I'm going to drag this in. And you find out that this reference plane that we just drew is there as well. So I'm going to turn this off, no title, and I'm going to move it into position. Now, when this happens, when you try to move it into position and this happens, the way to solve it is to come over here, select it, click on move, turn off this join, and then move it. That is going to move it into where it's supposed to be. All right. So when you look at this floor plan now, this annotation, this dimension floor plan, you find out that it does not have grids, right? Let's go ahead and add that grid now. So let's get rid of this line first before we do anything else. Invisible line, make sure that it's an invisible line. Click here and it's gone. So that way the staircase is going to be casted together. Right. So let's go. Let's go ahead and add the grids that are required for this. So first of all, I'll add the numerical grids and then I'll add the alpha grids. Come over here on the architecture tab, you're going to see grids over here. So I'm going to start here and then add the grids. Don't worry about that. We're going to make all those adjustments soon. So I'm going to turn on this, drag it to the ends of the page, like so. Now I'm going to use the align tool to make sure that the grids are where they're supposed to be in the middle. So yeah. Okay, so the next one I want to create, the other grids, of course. So I will just go ahead and just create all of them. Create similar. Go ahead, add them. All right, so I've managed to add all the grids, the numerical grids, the one that we use number for. So now you notice that when you come over here, you found out that all these grids, they are kind of on top of each other, the grid heads. So one of the ways we can avoid this is to use the shoulders, add shoulders to these grids, and that way we avoid the ones, use it to avoid the bubbles of other grids so that everything is out of each other's way. The other way we can do this is we can actually edit this grid head to remove the bubble or to do whatever we want to do to help the legibility while, avoiding this bubble clashing together, because this bubble is looking as if it is very big, right? But it's still okay the way it is, right? Because when you are working on a bigger scale or a smaller scale, if this thing becomes 1:10, I cannot do that from here now because the scale is being controlled by the view template. But if I come in here and uncheck that scale, now I can be able to do that. So if I come here now, change the 1:10. When you now go there, you see how small this is. So it really depends on the scale you're working with. If the scale you're working with is big, is huge, and mind you, this grid I'm creating is also being created here. So at the end of the day, it is very important that you do this grid and then keep duplicating it, and then as you go on. I didn't do that, but I'm adding the grid now. So just follow along with what I'm doing. All right, so don't worry we need this grid head to also be here, but don't worry about that now. We're going to add all of them later. Let's go ahead and create the one for alphabet. So I'm going to start here now, and I'm going to take it up. Now, mind you, when we were creating this thing, the grid was automatically adding the numbers for us. So we didn't have to make any edit, but here I want it to be alphabet. So I'm going to change the first one and type in A. Once I do that, every other one I create, the alphabetical orders will be increasing one by one. So you can see that we have B now. I don't have to adjust it and edit it myself. It just pretty much happened on its own. So we'll have B. Now we're going to have C. See the way that when I want to do it, I'll make sure that I'm snapping to the end of this grid and also to the middle of the wall. Okay, if you are patient enough and you hover around, you're going to snap there too. Okay, as you can see. That's it. Then the next one should be this one. And then here. That's J. Right. So with this now, I want to quickly make some changes to this, like adding degrees both, in both ends. So I'll select this now, come over here, you see plan view and default one. Just check this on and then say okay. You're going to have the grids on both ends. But now these grids that we're having, I want to like make some changes here. I want to remove this circle. You mustn't do that, but I just want to show you how you can edit these grids if you so want to. Now, before you start, I want you to click on this place and go here. You're going to see M grid head circle. That's the name of this. Okay. So if you come over here, drop it down and then say apply, the grid you're going to have will not have any bubbles. Right? So as you can see, there are no bubbles again, but you have the grid. But now these fonts is not standing out. Okay, when you see this font like this, it might be confusing with the other things that we need to do. So I want to go and add a font that is going to stand out, and that means I have to edit this now. Right? So I'm going to go down here to families. You see in the project browser, you're going to see where we have families. Click on this plus to open it up. Now, when you click on it, you see annotation symbols. Click on that one as well. When you do that, you're going to see all the families that have been imported into this scene. Then we'll find the one we're looking for. Mind you, what we're looking for is the M grid head, no bubble, right? So I'm going to just come down here and find the M grid head, MG. Grid head, no bubble, that's it. So right click there, you see edit. So I'll select this. This is invisible line. So I'll select this and then I'm going to edit this. I'm going to duplicate it. And I'll come over here and change this to something that that might be bold enough. Okay. Make it bold as well. Change this to like 5 thereabout because yes. We are going to check it to see overwrite. Now you can see the grids are very huge. Let me go back there and reduce the size. I think that what we're having now is very huge. So I'm going to change this back to like 4.5. That will be fine. Say okay, load into project, let's see, override. So that's the grid. Yours mustn't be like this. But now you find out that these grids, I can actually make them straight now, and they will not be on top of each other in any way. So when I go to the ground floor, the grids are where they're supposed to be and not, does not require that I make a lot of changes to them. So I'll just remove this thing for now and then make sure that everything is in order. Okay. So now when I move one, all others move as well. So we'll turn it back on. Exactly what I want. So for this annotation, the grids, I don't really want them to show like that. So I'm going to make the grids halftone. Like I told you, as we keep working, we'll keep, making some adjustments. So grids, that's it there, halftone. So they are still there, but they are now showing in halftone. Okay, that is what it will look like when you finally put them out there. So if I go to the sheet now and take a look, as a ground floor plan, this is what we're having. Okay, yep. All right, exactly. So I'm going to leave that for now, and I'm going to go over to the annotation sheet that we just created. That's a dimension sheet that we just created. Now, some people might want the furniture to be showing on this plan, if that is, but then in halftone, if that is what the client wants, I believe you know how to turn this to halftone. You just go there, check it back on, and then click on the other end. Let me just go there. You go in here, as this case work, you check it back on, and then you click on this other end, and then you hit apply. It is going to show you the furniture that are casework, but then in halftone. But I don't want to show it, so I'm going to turn it off. Then say okay. And then we're back to where we started. To move this away. This one as well. Move it away. Right. So the next one we need to do is we need to create just like we have done before, but now I want to just duplicate empty sheets. Right? We're going to rename all these things later like we have been doing. So the next one I want to do is the tiling floor plan. So to do that, I'm going to just select this. Okay, and I'm going to simply duplicate, view with details. Right, so I'm going to come over here and put it where it's supposed to be. Okay, so here I'm not doing any dimension, so I am just going to bring these grids in a little bit. In fact, not just a little bit, bring it in a lot. And we're going to be having a legend here. I don't know what I've just done now. Okay. All right. Cool. So back to the sheets. That's what we are going to have. Select this and remove it. Because we're going to have a legend here for the different floor finishes that we're going to have. So I'm going to leave this one like this. So the next thing we're going to be having here, we're going to be having the ceiling plan. So I'm going to duplicate this sheet with sheet details, and then I'm going to come over here to the ceiling plan. See the ground floor, and I'm going to put it in. All right, so when it is like this, it just simply means that we have not added the orientation, the project orientation. Okay, so I'm going to select the view template that I want to use, architecture reflected ceiling plan, and I'm going to go into the orientation, and I'm going to put it in project notes, and then say apply. Oh, this orientation is by scope box. So I'm going to remove this scope box so that we can have what we are supposed to have. So yeah, crop it out. So when we start actually doing what we like, adding the dimensions and all that, we might find out that the grids are outside too much, and then we'll do what we need to do to get rid of them. So I'm going to select all this, and I'm going to hide them in this view. I'm just going to select these ones manually and then hide. This is not all we're going to, this, I don't know why this is still showing, so I'm going to hide them and manually, like, you know, supposed to. So I'm going to select this, I'm going to put it where it is meant to be. Sorry. I'll move it out entirely. All right. Okay, so back to the template. So let's go make some modifications. So for the wall, just like we did before, this is going to be 5. This is going to be this. Apply. Cool. So yeah, that's basically it. Let's see. What else am I going to adjust here? That's it basically. So I'm going to leave this one like this now. So now let's go back to the first one, to the ground floor plan. Annotation plan. This is it. So the things we need to have, them show up here. First of all, I want to have the room schedule of all the rooms that are here, because I'm not going to dimensioning this, so I want them to be like at least close to equal. So I'm going to keep them here, and then I'm going to have the rooms show up here. So let me go over to the schedules. Schedule, and I'm going to go into the create a new schedule of quantities. I'm going to save. And then I'm going to select room. The only thing I want it to be in this is the room name, and then the room area. So I'll say okay. So now here I want to show only the ones that are in the view. And what view are we talking about? I'm going to open the filter. I want it to be filtered by, okay, see, for me to be able to do this, I need to add one more thing. I need to add level, right? We're not going to show it in here when the time comes. I just want to use it to filter. So I want the levels to be the ones that are in the ground floor plan. So when I say okay now, it shows only the one in the ground floor plan. However, I will select this and say hide. It will not be shown again in that view. So I'll go to the ground floor plan, the first one we created, the annotation plan. So we go over to the one we created. You see room schedule over here. That's it. So I'm just going to drag it into this place. Just like that. And everything is in order. Now everything is here. Okay, I'm going to select this and edit it, because I want the format, I want the grouping. There are some things that need to be shown. So I want the grand total to be shown. I want to itemize every instance. But now I want the calculation to be done for me. So I will come over here to area and I will set it to calculate total. Where is that thing again? Area. Calculate totals and say okay. You can see total, blah, blah, blah. So I don't want this grand total to be showing here. So I'll just come here and remove that title and put count and totals and say okay. That's exactly what I want. So here now we have 23 spaces down here, and this is the total area that we're having there. But this, we can change what this is showing up there. So you can just type in ground floor plan there. Ground floor, and that is it. So when I come here, that is what you're seeing. So if you want to do the same thing for the upper floor, just duplicate this view and say duplicate. It is going to duplicate it for you. Just enter the filter and then change this to first floor and then say okay. It is going to start showing you the first floor stuff over there. It is that simple. because we have exactly the same thing happening on the ground floor upstairs. That is why it's looking as if there's no change, but actually there change occurred there. So you can copy this now and then go to various sheets that we have and then be pasting them in view, right? Go back to the modifier, you can paste in current view, and that is what you're going to get. Okay, so as you can see, we might have to make an adjustment to this because this is rather very big. Hold on a minute. So if we drag it to this place, we're going to have it like this. Now we can now reduce this just a little bit. Okay, just a little bit. I think we might have to shift this thing to one side, like so. And then adjust this one too. Just like that. And then make this a little bit bigger because it was looking too tiny for me. Yeah, so we have it, and can also come here and then the same thing, paste it. Now I'm beginning to think that this. So what this means is I will just select this guide grid, hit tab till you select it. Now I'm going to move this thing to where the reference line is. Get to do the same thing over here. Move this to this place, right? Exactly. So for this, I'm going to do that same thing. I'm going to move this time around. I'm going to move it back. Okay. Oh no. All right, so back to the ground floor plan. All right, the next thing I want to do is to add doors and windows schedule. Okay, so I will be adding them now, and then we'll go from there. All right, so to do that, I'm going to come over here and select tag by category, and I'm going to remove this leader. Come over here, add this, add this, add this. Now I want to make some changes to things like this one. It's looking rather very big. So I will select it and I'm going to edit the family. These texts, I need to see the size. The size is 2 point. It's huge. So I am going to see, okay. Let me duplicate it. I'm going to change it to area. And I'm going to make this 1.5. Make it bold. So this pointy edges stuff, I'm going to, let me just leave it for now. I'm going to create another one right inside it, lines. I'm going to use this. Okay, like that. And I want this text to be a different color because a lot of things will be black there. So I want it to be a different color that is going to show regardless of what's going on. So this is the window. This is for the window. I'm going to delete this one now and I'm going to load it in. Let's see how it is. Okay. So this one is for the doors. So I will edit this. I will reduce it. 1.5 area. Then for the color, I want to make this one something different as well, blue. I want this to be bold as well. So I'm going to create another circle because I want it to be circle as well. Or you know what? Let it not be circle. Let's see how this looks. So that's for the doors, all right? And I want the text to be opaque. Or this one, I'm going to close this one. I want this to go in a little bit. And this one as well, go in a little bit. Yeah. I'm just using my eyes here to position this. I'm going to load and close. Yes, this is not bad at all. Let's make it opaque like I planned to do before. Okay, so that's the door tags, and we have the window tags. I'm even thinking that maybe the windows should also be like the door tags, right? But let's just go with it. So yeah, another thing we need to watch out for is what the parameters of this is. So I'll go into this label. This is a type mark. So once we change a type mark, it changes for every single element in that drawing that is like that. And that is exactly what I want. So I'm going to close it now. So I'm going to come in here and call this W1. So when that information comes, I'll just say yes. So from here on out, anything W1 is going to, that's me trying to just balance that in the middle. Let the circle be a bit bigger. Yes, this is okay now. So if I happen to, because I want to create a similar one, these are the doors. Oh, I mistakenly created this. This tag for the floors. So here, I'll move it in. I don't know why that is right away, but I'll move it in. It doesn't matter. Here, we have a window here as well. Here too. So it is you can actually do this together the way we tag the room together, but because of instances like this where the door will jump away, I want us to be able to take note of that and make the necessary correction that is needed. But I don't think the door is going to have any issue. So let's just do the doors together. Tag all door tags, apply. All the doors have been tagged, okay, as you can see. So the windows, I'm tagging them manually. So yeah, they're all tagged now. This is a window in here too. Tagged it over here. So from here, I can move this in to this place. Now you find out that this is not the view range is not even working well for this side. So let's go ahead and do something to it. That has the view range over here. Made it 1, 2. So I'm going to make it 2000. I'm going to say apply and then say okay. Apply, okay. Everything apply. Yeah, so that's it. So I'm going to you can see that because we made the adjustment to this one also changed. So here I'm going to call this W2. Any other place that we're having any window like that, all of them will turn to W2. So which other one am I going to do now? This I will refer to, no, this one instead. I'll call this W3. So all of them becomes W3. I'm going to select this and nudge it down so it doesn't interfere with our tag. So this is basically what we'll be doing. You just be making sure that whatever it is you're doing is very, very visible, right? Cool. So I want to ensure that these door tags are also type mark. So I select the label, come in here. It is just mark. I don't want just mark. I want type mark. So if I make adjustment to one, all other instances of that door in the project will take that same tag, right? So I'm going to override them. Cool. Yeah, so I have D1. Let me make this D1 now. All of them, both of them has the D1 now. So here now, I'm going to make this D2. D2. All of them have taken that D2 as their own. So for the bedroom, we are going to have D3. D3, say yes. Then we are going to have D4. And then D5. So as I'm doing it, every single, model, component in this building that we are modeling in this file will be taking this. So even if I go up to the upper floor and tag it, it has been, all of them have been sorted out. So tagging them now is going to be very easy, right? So that's cool. So the next thing I want us to look at doing, let me say this. Okay, let's leave the leader. Because we are done tagging what we need to tag, is that here that we are in, we can actually have additional information passed on this plan. Information like this is not a window, it is an aluminum shutter to conceal the piping duct. So you can use text to add it just like we did on the site plan. So let me just TX on your keyboard and then you type it, aluminum shutters. Aluminum shutters to conceal piping duct. So what I'm going to do right now is to add a leader line. So the first one, I'm going to point at this place like so, then take it up and keep working on it till it snaps into position. All right, this one, there's another duct here, and just like that. Okay, so like this, you can do all these things. And actually do the same thing over there. So I'll position this one like this, and then drag this till it straightens. The same for here as well. So that's that. Okay, so the next thing I might want to do here is to add my callouts, right? I would like to do callouts for this. Okay, where's the view callout for the staircase? So I'll add it. Select this and bring it down over here. Maybe you might want to do other color, but this is it. You can do color for your toilets, bathrooms, and all those things if you so prefer. But I think I am done. Then for here, you can see we have planters over here. So I can actually click here come down here and then type in planter pots. Okay. So I'll just add another one. There you have it. So things like this information, additional information, you can pass it with just text, put it where they are supposed to be, and then just leave it and move. So we have our annotation plan like this. Okay. If there's anything else that we need to add, we'll add them later. Now for the section, actually, we need to add section. Let me just shift this thing to one side. Like so. The section, I actually want us to cut section in this midsection. Place where we have, you can have as much section as you need to be able to communicate the information you want to communicate. So I'll add it and then I will nudge it. All right, it doesn't really matter. Just make sure that when you cut it, you're facing this other way. That way, you get to see the two. You understand? You get to see the two staircases coming together, and then with that, we'll do what we want to do later. Now we have our section showing up like this. And mind you, it is going to show up in all the other plans. So we might have to come inside there and make some adjustments to them. Now, having this section line cut through, it might be what you prefer or what the person you are doing the work for prefers. But most of the time, I like to, make it auto pass through. I'll select it and click on this. It's going to cut it into two for me. Then I'll pull it out over here and then leave it. Okay, and that's that for that. So we can agree that we're done with this. So let's go over to the dimension so that we can talk about dimensioning and editing of dimension and every other thing that we need. So here now, by the time we start doing dimension, everywhere will get covered up, which was why we did all the other stuff we did over there. We added our tags, doors and window tags. We added additional text for additional information if you have anything you want to communicate further. We also added our callout, and our callout is going to be on that view, but section is all over the place. So now we're going to focus on dimensioning, right? To dimension, you're going to see it here in this quick access toolbar up here, or you can just come over here in the annotation. You're going to see a whole category of dimension. One of the dimensions you're going to be using 95% of the time while working in Revit is the aligned dimension, simply because it is very versatile. What this linear dimension can do, it can do it too. You just have to have something to pick, like the point to pick, right? So I'll just grab the aligned dimension, and then I want to show you something. While dimensioning, I like to keep it in thin lines so I can easily get to where I need to get to. Now let's discuss dimensioning. There are various ways you can dimension your plan depending on what you prefer, right? Like when dimensioning, you will have some dimension that is going to be outside and some of them that is going to be inside. Now those ones that are supposed to be outside are usually in 3 or 4 lines, right? The one we're going to, for purpose of what we're going to do today, we're going to have in 4 lines. So the first line, we're going to have wall openings. For the second one, we're going to have intersecting walls, and we're going to have grids and then the overall dimension of the entire building, right? So there are various ways you can dimension. You can dimension individually, as you can see me doing now, right? Okay, you can dimension individually, or you can dimension the entire wall. All you have to do is come over here to the options bar and then change it to entire wall and then select your options. Now, when I set it to opening, when I click here, everything gets dimension. But there's a problem now. Because of the way I set it, it is not getting the width, it's getting the center. So I'll just change it to width. So when you click here, it is giving you the width of the opening. Now, when you have things like this where walls are not opened enough, it's cutting, below where the openings are, it is not going to get that one as well. So we need to enter here, come inside the dimension template, and then work on the field region like we did before. Here I'm going to make this 2000, and I'm going to say okay. So now if I should grab my dimension again, it is going to give me all the wall openings like so. But then if there is something else you want to add, you can still add them, right? Cool. So I'm just going to leave this one like that. Then the dimension lines actually also snaps. But now, before we talk about that, I want us to get into this dimension to talk about things, how you can edit them to get what you're looking for. So you select them, you go into the properties palette, and let the editing begin. There's a video I've already done on this channel where I showed you everything you need to know how to edit this. I'm just going to attach that video in the description so that you watch it and then you see how you can edit both the thick lines, okay, how to edit the text, how to edit the extension line, how to do all those things. You can adjust everything about this dimension. But because of our time, I'm just thinking that maybe won't be doing that. So let's take a look at this place now. When you look at here, you're going to see the color. This is where you change the color of the dimension. For the purpose of what we are doing, I'm going to leave it as black. But if you want, you can change it to whatever color you want. You can even open color book and select all the colors, any color in there. You have access to select any color in there. So I'm going to cancel this now. Then this dimension snap distance is the distance to which the dimension snaps after one another. I'm going to show you. I've done this one now. So the next one I want to do are intersecting walls. So I'm going to grab the dimension, go into the options. I'm going to change it to intersecting wall, turn off this. Right. When I do that now, I'll come out here. You're going to see intersecting walls coming out. Now, when I'm moving, you notice that at some point it will snap into place. That is because of that settings. These settings. It is snapping at 10mm interval from each other. Right? That is good. I don't have any problem with that. But as you can see, we don't have much space behind here for it to keep snapping like that. So I want to make it shorter. So I'm going to reduce this to like 7 mm and then say okay. But then it will not do automatically by itself. It is going to do when next you start drawing dimensions. So let me draw another dimension. Now we see where it snaps. It snapped a little bit sooner than before. Right now, I don't like this. This is becoming a problem. This line coming down here. So I want it to terminate somewhere here. So I'm going to edit this to be able to stop it from terminating. So witness line control, this part of the dimension, this is referred to the witness line. So it is gap to element. Now just select it and set it to fix to dimension line and say apply. Once I do that, it becomes fixed to the dimension line. It is no longer attaching itself to that other, that place. So I'll select this and then create similar. Now I want to do grids. So let's see if this is going to work. It worked, but not really, because it is creating this face of adding this face of the stuff for me, face of the wall for me, which I do not want. So I'm going to do that again. Deselect that face and then add this grid. That is what I want to do. Add this grid and then deselect this face. Snap. Now I want to get the entire thing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to not select anything. Okay. That gives me the entire thing, but this is not the entire thing. So I'm going to just select this, create similar, put it in individual, right? And then I'm going to add this. Okay. So like that, I'm done dimensioning a whole face of dimension. Now for the interior one that is inside, this is where you have to do it individually anyway. So I'm going to just come here, select this. Okay, we already have the full dimension from here to here, right? So the things I want to dimension are the dimension of these internal places that are like this for the sake of clarity, right? I'm going to put this like this. This one too. For the sake of clarity, I'm going to add additional dimensions in here. Cool. So you can see that the distance here is 1/6 from this wall to this wall, but we don't know the one to here, and I'm afraid when I do this one from this side, it is not going to get it, right? This window, we already have the dimension and how it is placed. Now you can choose to do another one from inside here to show where it is from this other end, from the inside. Right, so for this particular dimension, I don't want it to introduce that, dot for the thick line distance. So I'm going to just set it to none, right? And I'm going to say apply. So now it is a clear stuff. I don't want having text over the wall. So that is why I'm trying to like remove it from that wall for the sake of clarity and all that. Cool. Everything is where they're supposed to be. Right, so let me go ahead and add this part. First of all, let me add, sorry, I don't know when I turn this on. There's a problem here. The problem here is that because this thing is in fine, I'm finding it very difficult to be able to know where the door starts and the wall didn't start. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to change it back to coarse. That way it is very simple for me to know. So I'll start dimensioning again. You can see how easy it is for me now. So I'll pull this thing out of the wall and then add another one. Then repeat the same process for this side. Remove this from that wall. And there we have it. The same thing I did here, I'm going to do over here. And then have this over here on this side. So basically that's how you actually like do your dimensions. It's no big deal. Okay, so here I'm gonna get that dimension as well from inside here for the sake of clarity, right? So I'm going to do this part, like I'm going to use the entire wall dimensioning system and I'm going to use the width. So I'm going to pick here, deselect this part, pick here, deselect this part. You get, pick here, like so. Pick here, deselect this part to get rid of that O. That's 0. And I'm going to add it. Now the next thing I want to do is intersection. So I'm going to come in here, deselect this one, select this one, and then start picking to get the wall intersections. Right? And as you're doing this, you're ensuring that you don't have any messed up mumbo jumbo in there. So you're looking at what you're getting to ensure that all is in order. Cool. So the next one is the grid. So I'm going to come over here, select the grids, and there we go. Always select this, add this. Oh my God, what did I just click on? So how did that happen? Yeah. So here I'm going to, I don't even know. Sometimes it feels like this grid one is just better for you to just do it manually, like one after the other. As you can see, I'm done. Then for this, I'm going to deselect everything and say, okay. At the end of the day, this is what it gets down to. But I just want to get the full stuff. So I will just change it to individual references. So at some point you realize that it's actually very easy for you to do individual references in some instances, okay, just to avoid all these unnecessary confusions. So this is what we are going to have here. And places like this, you just have to do things manually, like inside here. Okay, so it's just basically like what I've just shown you now. You just do it all over the place till there is nothing left to dimension, right? Let me just manage and finish this ground floor plan. Okay, so the same thing. Let me just go ahead and do this same thing we did up here, down here, the way we did it. So I'm just going to change it to entire wall. Cool. So basically what we have done here, you can do over here, like the same way we dimensioned it, you can dimension it over here, just to pick it and pick it and pick it and pick it till every one of them is done. For the purpose of this, let's just repeat one more last time for what we did over there. So here, openings with, yeah. So yes, and then the next thing I want us to do for this space, I want us to add the staircase numbering. So to do that, you come over here to the Annotation tab, you're going to see thread number. Okay, so I want to do it in such a way that it's not going to be interfered by anything, and that is it. So for this place now, all you have to do is just do the overall dimensioning, because we're going to do a callout for it where we're going to add a lot of details to things. So I'm going to just make it like that, put this one here, just give them the overall stuff so that there is not a problem. So here now you can now add small dimensionings here to cover up for things that were not dimensioned when you were doing the outside dimensions. So at the end of the day, you have the stuff that you need to have. So for this place now, I can just add the dimensions to it. So simple, like that. So I'm not going to do everything, obviously, because of our time. I'm not going to do everything, but then the way I did it here, you just continue going on and on and on and on till you are done. Right. So there's it for the dimension plan. Let's go over to this one, that is the tiling floor plan. So here, basically, what we are doing here is that we're going to be creating floor finishes for each of those, spaces. Right. So let's go ahead and do that. So to do this, first of all, there are two things we need to take note of. We need to apply materials to the floor. That's the different floor finishes that we're going to be using. And then we are going to add a legend to explain what those materials, those patterns we're going to put on the floor represents. Now, the good thing about this is we already created the floor tiles where we are doing, when we were doing the presentation plan. We used it and we created a pattern for the floor, which we did solely for the purpose of beauty. Like we just wanted it to be fine. Right? We have other ones here too. All these ones, these are, floors that we created, right? So now we're going to use it for the purpose of working drawing. Okay, so I'm going to just edit this and then select the material that we're going to use. If we don't have any material, we're going to create, for the purpose of. So here now I want it to be 600 by 600 tiles. That is it. And I'm going to say okay. I don't like the way it is aligned, but that is not an issue at all. We can easily align it with the align tool. Pick the align tool, select a straight line, and then click that. It is going to align it. Easy. So I'm going to make sure, let me select this and go back there. I'm thinking, yeah, I don't want this to be like that. So I'm going to change it to no pattern. So we're going to have only the lines and not a dark background. We don't need that dark background. So it's not showing. Okay. Let's apply. Let's find out why the pattern is not showing. Shall we? I'm going to create a new plan. I'm going to say okay. I'm going to come over here to the flow. The patterns are hidden. So I'm just going to unhide these patterns, right? I'm going to clear override and say okay. Then I apply. When I do that now, you should be able to see the patterns. Right. That is the same reason why the patterns were not showing in the ground floor plan. So if we go back to this ground floor plan, we want the pattern to start showing. All we need to do is come in here, come over here, go over to the floor. You'll see that the patterns are hidden. You clear override and then apply and say okay. And then you have this. So you now come over to where you don't need, these things to show. Right click, override in view, and then just put it in halftone. Okay, put it in halftone and it is like this, right? The same goes for this one as well. Want the patterns to show? I don't think you do, but if you want it, you know how to unhide it. Here we are having this. I'm not going to, remove anything now. So I'm going to, the same thing, I'm going to apply it to this. Okay, so I'm going to edit in place, select it again, and then I'm going to apply 600 tiles to this as well. The same problem, I'm going to align it to the first one we did. Cool. The same for the bedroom as well. So I'm going to select this and then I'm going to edit in place, select it again, and I'm going to select 600 tiles, align it to one of them. Also align this one to one of them. I want that uniformity, Okay. So I'll just copy this and paste it in there. I get the job done as well. Okay. So, yep. Good. So here I'm going to use the 400, 400 tiles. That's a 400 by 400 tiles. So I'm going to select this. I don't want that to be black, right? So I'm going to use this instead, or even this. I think this is the one I used for the other one. I want that softness. Exactly. Okay, so I'm going to say okay now that I sorted that out. Here, that's the bathroom areas. I'm going to use the 300 by 300 tiles. So I'm going to come in here, say okay, I'm going to copy this. Then paste. Paste. So I'm going to, oh, this is too black. I know why. I'm going to edit it now. I'm just going to come in here, set it to this, and then say okay. And that solves it. All right, so I'm going to say okay now, and then that sorts it out. Okay, so you see the way everything is just subtle. That's the way I like it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring in a legend, okay, that describes what is going on here. So just like we created the legend before, I'm going to create a new legend and call it tiling legend. In fact, let me just call it legend. So why you need to create this as a legend is so that when you do the one for the upper floors, you find it easy to just drag this and drop it, because with legend, you can drag it to multiple sheets and there's no problem with that. So I'll go over to Annotate, use my detail line like I normally do, and then I'm going to draw something like this. It doesn't matter. I'm going to come out of here now and then close it. I'm going to drag it to this place, just like that. And I'm going to put this in a no title. Now I can edit it however I want. I can edit it however I want. Yeah. So I'm going to get my text and I'm going to put it here. And I'm going to type legend. I can stop it here. Cool. Yes. So I'm going to just draw a box. And I'm going to offset it by 600. So this one is 100. So I'm going to set mine to 1:100 as well. Don't worry, I'm going to So I'm going to now offset by 600, and that is what we are getting. So that's 600. Then the next one I'm going to do I'm going to make this a medium line. I'm going to do this for the other one. That's 450, 450, 450. No, 400 rather than 450. 400. So we're going to leave this like that and then do some copying. So here, let me just copy this one because this is like double. This is the one for the toilets. So 300. Cool. So I'm just going to add the text here. Now I'm going to add description. So I'm going to call this description. So I'm going to describe it to what I think it is going to be. So I'm going to duplicate this and bring it down here, and then I'll paste this inside there. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to use something smaller for the description, right? So that works. Okay, so there it is. So this other one, I'm going to just paste it like this. Paste it like this. So here we go. So that's the stuff for this. Now here, what we can also do here is we are going to add levels to show the level of all this flow. So in the annotate, you're going to see the spots elevations. So you just add them. Now, because of this flow that we added here, it is giving us 451. So take note. So just like that, we can just add this. You can edit this, you can import the one that is smaller, but for the purpose of what we are doing, it is like this. So you can just select it and find out the type of head you can, circle around. You can see this is this one. You can change it to a crosshair. Okay, you can reduce the size of the fonts and all that and all that. But I think I'm just going to stick with the one that came with it. Let me see this one. Okay. This one is okay. Let me just leave it as that. So you can see the most spaces are the same height and all that. So yeah, there is that for that. Now the next one I want us to look at is the ceiling plan, reflected ceiling plan, right? All right, so to start the ceiling plan, first of all, we need to add the ceilings, right? Because what we have now, we do not actually have ceilings in there. So let me just shift it in here so that you see. Over here, we just have the floor, no ceiling. So I'm just going to start by adding that. Let me see the height so I will know the best height to place the ceiling. Okay, we have this. So 3150 won't be bad for the ceiling. So I'm going to go back to the ceiling plan and start adding the ceilings. So ceiling. Sorry, just add the generic one. Let me see the thickness of it. In Nova. This. So I like for this to be 75 millimeters. So I'm going to delete this and then make this 75 mm. Let me see if it has any pattern. I want this to have just a little bit of sand pattern. Okay, so I'll apply. And I'll say okay. And I'll say okay. So like we said, 3150 won't be bad. So that's what I'm going to do. As a POP all over the place. So yeah, let me do it for here as well. Cool. So when I open the section view again, you're going to see the ceiling placed right here. All right. Can actually get it down to this place. So this height is 2870. 2870. Well, let's just leave it where it is. So now let me go back to the reflected ceiling plan, and then so I can start adding the ceiling lights. For the purpose of what we are doing today, I'm going to be adding this recessed can light, down light. So just drag it into this place and then place it where you want them to be. So when you place it, you can see the lights are where they're supposed to be. So here we're going to have two lights. Here we're going to have one. Here we're going to have, let's make it 4 for proper lighting. Here we're going to have one here. We're going to have another one. We're going to have another one. Then we're going to have these other ones. Okay, we're going to align these lights pretty soon, but for now, let's just place the lights. Here we're going to have one. Here we're going to have one. We're going to have another one here. And that's it. Whatever we are having here, we're going to duplicate it over there. So now I want to add a ceiling for this balcony here as well. Say okay. So we're going to have to, just like we're going to have to over here. All right, so for here, I'm going to use dimensions to align this thing. Sorry. Yeah. Here as well, I'm going to use dimension to align it. Now, some people prefer to put dimensions in this thing, others don't. Okay, it doesn't really matter. Just look at it. You can see that to dimension this is actually quite easy. So you can add 600 there. But if you're going to have something up on top of there, you can just have like 900 mm there. But there's nothing there. It's just a door leading into this place. And here we are having a sink above. So we can still make this 600. Okay, cool. All right, so here as well. So we're going to add 600 over here and then 600 over here. Here too, 600. And then here, 600. So just like that, I will now use this align tool to align things into the position where they're supposed to be, you know. At the end of the day, everybody's happy. Yeah. So for this, I'm just going to place this with dimensions and put it in the middle. Okay. Just shoot this down a little bit. So I'll bring it to the middle. today. That is that for that. So the same thing we did here, I'm going to do over here. So I think I will just select these and delete them. Let me see what I have got. Oh, okay. At least these ones are right. So I'll just select this and add the 600 and then align it into place. Cool. So here we're going to have this. So just basically like putting things into position, dimensioning them and aligning them with the dimensions, and yeah. So if you want to have like an opening in this ceiling, you can now introduce that one like so. Okay, introduce it. Okay. So let's say I make this 900. That means others will be 900 as well. If I want it to be a perfect, you know, dimensioned stuff. So I'll say okay. And then so there you have it. So like that you can create your ceiling design, but I'm not going to create for any other space. I think we have enough. Right? So so 600. With this now, I'll align it. And this, and this, and this. Okay, so so 600. So from this side, we're going to have 600 as well. It doesn't, I'm just trying to like give you an example. It doesn't necessarily have to be 600 everywhere from the wall. You get it, just, you know, how I want to make it. Okay, just the way I'm feeling, all right? So, yeah. So, put it here. So for this one, I'm going to place it in the middle. And then align it. Okay. So for here, I can leave it 500, just to let you know that it is not a must that it will be like that. So okay, so that's just basically it. Right, so whatever we have here, we're going to have over there. So I'm going to select the lighting fixtures. I'm going to mirror it on the other side. Right, so there you have it. You cannot dimension them if you wish to dimension them. Okay, the reason why that error message came out is because we don't have ceiling here, so this cannot host on any other thing that is not a ceiling. Now you can add a legend, you can use a leader line to, you know, talk about some things, okay, like the one we did over there. If you have any special thing that is not POP, you can recommend them, okay. You say here you want to have a ceiling, you can do just like we did the legend for the floor tiles. You can do this, put the patterns and all that, then draw a circle, and then tell us that, okay, this is a resexed can light that we're going to be using over there. So quickly, I want us to take a look at the roof plan. The roof plan is pretty straightforward as well. Okay, we're going to drag in our roof to this place. Let me just come over here and see the roof level. Oh, that's a ceiling plan. The ground floor plan. We have the roof level, so I'm going to drag it into this place. That's the roof level. Alright, so simply I'm just going to come over here and then select the dimension plan. That's all. Okay, I need to edit this roof material to get rid of all the darkness. Alright, so for this, I'm going to reduce it very well. I want you to see that pattern, but I don't want you to be overwhelmed by it. So I'm going to work on my crop region. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to delete it. Not delete, I'm going to hide it actually. So I'm hiding them. So to place this view where it is supposed to be, remember we have guide grid. I'm going to go get the guide grid, then select this thing and then move it into position, just like that. Period. So I'm going to dimension the roof. Okay, I'm going to dimension the roof, and the first one I'm going to dimension are this stuff, like the places that the roof were indented. The second part is the grid, and then the last one is the overall. So let me just go ahead and do that. Let me bring this down a little bit so I can shift this off. All right, so let me go ahead and do that. All right, so the next one is going to be this overall stuff. Okay. So just like that, I'm going to do it all around. All right, so the next one I'm going to do for the grids. Oh no. Yeah, got it. So the full one. Cool. So let's go on. Then the full shebang. So now for the placement of this, we can actually dimension this to show them. Placement of the solar panels. Dimension this to show them the gaps between them and all. And then maybe you top it off from here. So that the people that are going to place it knows exactly what it is they are doing, and I want them to know the gaps. Right, so yeah, there you have it. So the next thing we need to do is to add annotations like the test to further explain what it is that we are, trying to show here. Now I want to place the roof direction. Now when you come over here to the annotate, you're going to see slope, spot slope. So if you select that and put it here, it is going to actually tell you the slope that any element that is sloping in your Revit file is. So, but this, I don't think we understand this. This is 87/100. For us to really understand the degrees, because I want it to be in degrees, we have to edit this, and then we'll click on edit type. We come down here to the units format. I'm going to change it from rise over 1000 millimeters. So I'm going to come over here, select degrees. That's all I need to do, and then select the angle, the symbol, and say OK. Say OK again, and that changes it to it. That shows that the roof is inclining to the angle of 5 degrees. Right? So mind you, we can always rename this into the stuff. So for this one, I can just call it roof plan, and that becomes the name. This is the reflected ceiling plan, so RCP for short. That's the tiling plan. Tiling plan. This is the dimension plan. Ground floor dim plan. Okay, so there you have it. Now the next thing I want us to look at is the section. So I'm going to create another sheet, section, right? So this section that I just recently drew, just drag it into this place, and then we're going to work on it. Now, when it comes to creating section, there are lots of things we need to do here. So I'm going to select this and then say no title. No title. What's going on? So, okay. So first of all, let's get a template for this section. So I'm going to put this in there. Okay. Not bad, but it can be better. So let's get in there. So for the wall, we're going to be taking a look at the wall, the cut area of the wall, the cut graphics of the wall. So 5, say OK. Here I'm going to select this. Okay, as well. Apply that one. Then for the floors, the cut is going to still be 5. Weight is 5. Pattern, okay, normal pattern. Then the patterns now is going to be like concrete patterns. All right, now we have the staircase being cut as well. So stairs cut is going to be 5. This is also concrete, so I'm going to use concrete. So that's pretty much it. Now with this, I want us to join some elements. We're going to still be using, field region to cover up some part, but for now, let's join some elements. So I'm going to come over here to the modify tab. You're going to see join. I'm going to join this wall. Sorry. Just like that. So here I'm going to use the invisible line work to get rid of that, so it doesn't look like they are not the same staircase that are joined together. Just make sure that you're joining this floor slab to this. So you don't have to actually, I just like doing, that's how I just prefer to do my stuff. All right, so there are things I need to do also in this architectural section template. I want this to be fine, and I want the plantings, I want them to be see-through. So I'm gonna come over here, increase that, and then make it landscape, half tone. Say okay, say okay. Okay, so now it's time for me to detail up these, sections. And partly how I'm going to do that is, number one, with the use of text. Number two, with the use of dimension. Number three, with the use of field region. And then the first thing we're going to do in that effect is to use field region to mark out the places that are supposed to be concrete and the places that are supposed to be like normal wall. So this is where annotation comes in very handy in Revit. So the way it is looking now, we need to actually map things out. Now I want to start with the region and then put this in wireframe mode and then go here, come over here and select concrete. Now I don't have concrete in here, so I'm going to have to create a concrete. Right, so I'm going to edit, duplicate, concrete, and then say okay. Now I'm going to change the fill pattern to concrete and then say okay, and then apply. So now when I come over here, I need to turn this on. Yeah, that's the one. When I come over here, I can easily add them. The peak line too. Okay, so there you go. I hope what I'm having here is 0.6. Okay, white line is okay. That's at 0.5, so it's not bad. So the next thing I want us to do is the DPC. Right, so I'm going to draw this time around the masking region. Draw it here. Select this and make it median line. So this one I'm going to make 75. And then I'm going to like add all those things, that we find in the roof, the struct, the purlins, okay, the ceiling noggins and all that and all that. All right, so I'm going to put it in thin line and then put it this way. Make sure it is 75 mm. And then say okay. So I'm going to rotate this by 45 degrees and then I'm going to pull it up. I'm also going to rotate this, but now as a copy till it's straight. Okay. Now I'm going to copy this. All right, so I'm going to bring this down. All right, so money to be 3150, right? So yeah, I'm going to now go ahead and double the line. Then you can go ahead and add the ceiling noggins. I'm just going to so everything is supposed to be 50, 50, 50. Okay. 50, and then I'm going to add this to show that that stuff is lying down. The part of the ceiling noggin is lying down. So I'm going to group this, and I'm going to in fact, I'm going to array it. Okay. Oh no. So I'm going to array it. I'm going to make sure that it's on the second one. So when I do this, I'll make it 600. Make it 20. See, it's coming to this point, right? So yeah, so we have our ceiling noggins where they're supposed to be. All right, so yeah, that's the roof members. So the next thing I want us to do is to fill up this place. Let me just turn it on and see it properly. We're going to add a masking region down there. I don't even think we need to go. And then we're going to add earth patterns. So back to the annotation, I'm going to grab the field region. I'm going to use wide lines. I'm going to make sure that what we are having here is earth, and we don't have that in here. So I'm going to duplicate this and call it earth. Come over here. I think I've passed it. Look at it over here. Earth. Say yes. So we have that one. Okay, I think in here should be light, sort of. Light, so to say. Oh no. So I'll select this one and call it, set it to thin line. And then yeah. So I'm going to represent the, what is it called again? The hard cores. So I'm gonna put this here. And this one over here. So I'll select this and I'll select that, and then I'll start copying them. So I can now select all of them again to make my copying way easier. So there we have it. Now I need this wall to go down some more. To do that, I can either drag this wall down or I use another field region. Right, so let me just use another field region. I think wall. Select this. Say okay. Make sure it's on wide lines. And we'll proceed. So here we have just two walls. I'm gonna say okay. So this way is looking like that wall still came down, just like we wanted to. So here now, the next thing we need to do, let me just select these grids and drag it up. The next thing we need to do is dimension. So here, mostly the type of dimension we do are vertical dimensions. Okay, so we just do them. Let me just turn off that stuff. Let me start from here. All right, so here now, I want to get the ceiling height, the door sill height. All right, so the same thing goes here. So just dimension what you can. Dimension. All the other dimensions has been done when we are doing the floor plan. So all we need to get here are the height of things so that at a glance, people know what they're doing. All right, let's just first of all add room tags. Okay, let's go in here and see where our room tag is not showing. I'm going to show this so they can all show. Right, so yeah, the stairwell, that's the tag over there. Now with this now, let me go ahead and close this. With this now, we can now come out here and start doing dimension on elements like here. Can dimension the grids. Do an overall dimension after that. And then the next thing we're going to do is come over here and then add, you can also add thread number from this view. And it's time we start adding the other information that we need to add. And that is adding text. To add text, we just come over here, click on text. Feel free to type it in if you don't have anywhere to copy from. Right, so you can copy this, you pause the video and then copy it. Right, so I'm going to add a leader to this and I'm going to point it to the roof. The next thing I'm going to do is duplicate this and bring it down here. And do the same thing for here. You don't necessarily have to do this. You can tell them to refer to the structural engineers work drawings and all that. And that is going to like save you from putting all this text. Okay, this staircase is 150, 23 in number. Okay, we can talk about that staircase also. Three risers, 150 mm. Look at when I select it. When you select this, over here you see number of risers, depth and all that. Okay, you're gonna see everything. So it's 23, the height is 150, and the thread is 300. Look at it, 23, 150, 300. So now at a glance, somebody is going to know what that staircase is, like the details about the staircase. Now and here we are having a concrete beam here, so I'm just going to annotate that. So the concrete we are having here is 450 millimeter concrete beam, and then we're having this various part of this staircase, the handrails and all that. So, but for the purpose of what we are doing, till we do staircase detail, we're going to just annotate this handrail. So I'm just going to call this 900 millimeter high stainless handrail. Okay, and that rounds up the information we want to provide for this section. So we can do that for as many sections as you want, right? So, and then there are other things we can also do here. Here we can show the tags on the door, you know. We can show the tags to annotate the type of doors we have here, right? Yeah. And also, for the purpose of our section details, we can go over to view and then draw, you know, because we need to show everything. This is quite big. The staircase, the double staircase going back and forth. One is for fire escape, two for easy escape from the kitchen. The other one is main entrance staircase. So yeah, something like this is not bad. And then if we rename this now, it is going to, like we said, rename all over the place. Section O. Let me just, yeah, so all is in order now. So let's talk about elevation. I'm going to just do only one elevation and then we'll move. That's elevation. Let me get my elevations. Let's just put this one. Sorry, I'm looking for the front elevation. I think this is the back. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So I'm just going to make this crop region smaller. I'm going to select this wall here and I'm going to hide it in view. Good. 1:100. Turn off that viewport stuff. Make things smaller. So here I want to apply a view template for elevation, architectural elevation. Then the planting has to go, or at least highly transparent. And also half-toned. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is go back in there, change this to core, that's fine. And then the model display, I'm going to turn this on and say okay. Yeah. Now your drawings mustn't be in color. The reason why they are displaying in color right now is because when we are creating this material, we made it in such a way that it is colored, even in hidden line mode. Right. So if you don't want that, you just undo what we did before, and then that will go. Right. So it's that simple. Right now, I want it to show like this. So I'm going to select everything and I'm going to hide them. That's the cars. In fact, for this planting, I want to hide it too. I want to know what I'm dealing with here. These as well. This, I want this to be half tone. So I'm going to override this one in view. In fact, let me not override it in view. Let me just use view templates. Find the grids. Half tone. So they are half tone. So first thing I want to do here is to add the tags to where they belong. It's pretty easy. To do that. So I'm done with all that. Right? So there you have it, your elevation in view. Let me cut off this part and then hide this. Well, if you have any additional detail that you want to show, like the materials you're going to use, the type of door you're going to use, you can as well add all those things in. Like take for instance, when you come here now, you can decide to tell that what we're going to be using here is Autodesk security door. Okay. Just annotate it and say this is an Autodesk security door. Right? For the materials, you can also specify. You can say that this is silk white dollars paint, right? Dollars emulsion paint applied on well plastered mortar wall finish. You can compress it as much as you want. And then the windows can be EBM aluminum profile casement windows with burglary proof. You can always like repeat them so that it is obvious, because most of the time, the contractor building this may not build the specification at all times on site. So we need to be having access to all these things so that they can easily remember things and not forget them and not claim that they forgot, what they're supposed to do. So just like that, you can go around annotating things like this on the elevation, trying to make it more detailed, more informative for those that will use them. Now, the next thing we are going to look at are details. I'm going to just do staircase detail. So let me just call this approach elevation. Approach elevation. Okay, so that's good. Just like that, we're going to do the remaining one. So new sheet. Details, right? So on the first instance, I have a call out here. That is the staircase call out, right? So this is the first part of it. Now this staircase is a little bit different from what you're going to see above floor. So I think I have to go up to the first floor and do another call out for the staircase that we have there. So I'm just going to do it like this because this one has some things. So I'm going to just keep this one side and then bring in this one. Let's save. I'm going to make it bigger by a bit. I'm making it 75, 1:75, and then I will say okay. Right, this I don't need this, so I'm going to hide it. These two, that to this. Yep. I'm bringing it down. Oh no, not this one. This one instead. So I'm going to break this line like this and like that. Okay, so here I'm going to hide, and hide. Okay. For this view template, I'm going to use the dimension plan. Okay, and I'm going to apply and I'll say okay. So I want to get rid of this color that we're having up here. So how do I do that? I'm going to go to this Annotate, Color Field Legend. I'll drop it. I will select this now. Go into Edit Scheme. I'll just change this to none. I will say okay, and that goes away. Now I can delete this and then crop it right back. This I want it to be 1:75. Okay, so I'm just going to also move this one into position. No title. This other one, no title. So yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add dimensions, well-detailed dimensions that are going to like give the detail to what we're about to do. So let me go ahead and add dimension template. So that way, yes, everything is clear. So with this now, I can now start adding dimensions like so. So now you can see for sure that all these threads are actually 300 millimeters. Now this staircase is not showing direction, right? So we're going to add the stair direction, that's the stair path. Click on it, it's going to appear. Select and click on the staircase, it's going to appear. And it's going to tell you which part you're climbing from. Now I want us to add the thread numbers. Okay, so let me continue with the dimensions. Okay, so over here, the same thing, dimensions. Okay, so basically the same thing. I'll put all right, so I'm going to let you dimension this one. You're going to dimension the windows, the doors, and everything, and then the grids. So the staircase numbering, that's the thread number. So go ahead and dimension this one, and then move over to the next phase of this staircase detail, which is the section part of it. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to create a new sheet. Okay, and I'm going to bring in this section that I just created now. and I'm going to reduce this to custom. One is to 75. So I'll raise this one over here and then remove this. So the next thing I want to do is do like an interior, like an isometric section view of this. So I'll just click here and then click that button that is going to cut it out. So I'm going to drag it in. Okay, so with this now, I'm going to make a duplicate with detailings. And I'm going to drag this one to this place. And I'm going to select this and then bring it down. All right, so the next thing I want us to do here is to add the thread number. Okay, so we'll just go over to Annotate, see the thread number, add. Okay. So that will help us know how many threads that we have. And then add bigger dimension lines for better clarity. Okay, here also. We add something like that. But hold on a minute. Let me go over, because the easiest way to do this, I want to add details. The one I'm talking about is the one we did. You remember when we did the sections? We added all these things. Okay, so I'm going to come over here and I'm going to select this and copy them. This one as well. The earth. This. I will copy it. Control. Hold on. I think there's something here as well. Yeah. Control C. Come over here and then paste it in current view. Align to current view. All right. I make it a little bit like that. Okay, so now I want to dimension all this, We have a door here, which means we're supposed to have a lintel. So I'm going to add that detail as well. These are not things you should like really bother yourself about, but like look into it. This part of the detail you're going to add. Okay. So this should be 225. The same goes for here as well. But of course, you know that whatever you are doing, the structural engineers work supersedes all that. So you have that in mind. Hold on a minute. Let me just go back to that section. All right, so I'll just drop this thing over here. All right, so here, I think, let me select this so I can edit it again. So I'm going to edit this. Okay, then I'm going to like grab it here and here. And then just copy it and paste it over there. And then say, okay. Right, so I will now start my dimensioning, right? So I'll take this to this upper level now and then say, okay. This is a concrete staircase. So hold on a minute, let me just add this like so, and then also like this. So I'm going to start with the staircase detail, which is a staircase, reinforced concrete staircase that has the riser of this and the tread of that. So all right, so there we go. So I'm going to add two leaders, one on this side, one on that side. So I'll point it at it here. And then also point at it over here. Now, when you come over here, there's actually an issue I want us to address because I didn't think it was, but then let's even address it. When you come over here, you find out that this is 300. Honestly, I don't want it to be 300. That's the staircase landing is 300. There's a way we can actually adjust it, the landing's thickness to not to be that 300. Okay? So it is to come in here and type in 150 and then say okay. I also say okay. So when you do it like that, you can see that it is now 150. Right, so just for us to align this to it. Now let's go back to the section that we did before and make the same alignment. Yes, sir. So that's it. So we have 150. So if you want it to be 250, depending on what you want to do, you can do all that. So let me go back to the place, this place. Right, so yeah, let me continue. Now the next thing I want to do is to talk about the handrails. That's the railing for the staircase. Right, let me move this up a little bit. And then we can talk about the soffit, we can talk about the finishes of the staircase if we have those information, or if we want to specify all those information. We just have to point at it and say, okay, this is what here is. This is what here is supposed to be finished, the way I'm doing it now. All right, you notice that this is in another, view, but then you can actually point at it in such a way that when you are done, you can see it's looking as if you're pointing at both of them are together, but in all honesty, both of them are not really, not quite. So you can say let's also do the stuff about the layers of our damp-proof course. Now I will just remove this because we don't have it over there. This is where we have it. And then I will say, okay. And there you go. That's the staircase detail. If there are other details, you know how to do your dimension. If you want to go ahead and add all the dimensions like this all over the place, you can go ahead and do that, right? I just don't see the point when we have already come here and said that the stair riser is at 150 height, 150, the tread is at 300 millimeters, right? So we can even go ahead and add height here for the sake of clarity, and here add width. Okay, so it being this long now means that you might have to shift it in a little bit like that, or leave it the way it was. So yeah, for the sake of clarity, I think that does it. Now that we've done this, in the other details that you can do, right, you can see there is a bathroom details here. Okay, you can also see another bathroom details. Here you just like do the floor plan. As you can see here, you have the floor plan, you have the 3D, and then dimension some important aspects of this, bathroom, the bathroom we have in the bedrooms, right? And then you see the wall tiles where it is now called out, put in 3D, so you have a view of the interior of that bathroom. And then, annotations like text are used to write what you want to write, right? After showing the plan and that 3D, you see elevations of the bathrooms, right? And this elevation is just simply telling you what things are, where things are, how things are. Now, this can be very detailed like this. As you can see, this wall has no mirror. It all depends on the level of work you're doing in that project, right? If you are to add mirror, add all those things, and you want to provide details for the people, you simply indicate by either you use more than a place to add it, or you just draw a line on the wall and say, this is the mirror, this is the size of the mirror I want, this is where I want you to get the mirror from. Then there can be a soap dispenser on this wall, there can be a tissue holder, there can be, crystal brushes, for the toilets. You can have toothbrush holder, you can have another mirror, smaller mirror, wall sockets for, barbing and all that. I'll just simply plug in this. And there are other lights that could be in the bathroom as well, like behind the mirror and all that. So if you want to do all those things, you simply add them. Okay, this is not the bathroom details are not the only details that you could have added. You can also have like room data detail, like all the spaces in the house, you call them out. You say exactly what is going to be in there, how they are going to be positioned, the beds, the light, the lamps, the wall socket, all those things. It all depends on the level of details you want to go to, right? But for the purpose of what we are doing, all those things we are not asked for, so we are not going to do them, right? Because our services is based on what the demand is. Now, the next thing that you always do, as long as you're doing working drawing, is door window schedule and then cutting wall schedule. Okay, but then if you can do doors and window schedule, I believe you can also do cutting wall schedule because it's almost the same thing. But then the way we are going to do this doors and window schedule, I'm going to show you how you can automatically get the values that you're going to put. So you don't have to just take the value that you got and you put into the legend and then you bring it in. Okay, having said that, let's first of all go over here and create the legend. So I'm going to call this door schedule, even though it's not a schedule. Like we're creating a legend, but then we're going to represent what the schedule gives us in that legend, right? Another one we're going to create, we're going to call this window schedule. Then say okay. Then this door schedule that we have here, we are going to start we are going to start by creating lines, right? After creating lines, we're going to add the things that we're going to put inside there, and I'll show you how to create an actual, use the legend to create what we're looking for. Then we'll create a schedule and then get the information that we're looking for, right? So let's go on and do that. Okay, so go over to the annotate. We'll grab the detail line. First of all, let's draw an OK line. We can always increase the size of this line as time goes on. Now I'm going to select this external one and I'm going to make it a white line. Okay, so that's what it looks like. So these internal ones, I'll draw another one here. Then I'm going to bring this down and then like this. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with here. So the first thing I want us to add here is door schedule. Right, this is looking rather small, so I'm going to find a bigger text for it. I think this is not bad. Now for the items, I am going to add the previous font that we have been using. I'll move it up a little bit. But then I want it to be thick, like bold. I'll make it bold. Then here we have D1. All right. So I'm going to type in elevation. Now, there are various ways you can do this. Some people show the plan and also show elevation. Some show only the plan. Some don't even show any image at all. They just talk about the drawing, and then with the tag, they let you know the type of door that is, and then they give you the detail of that door. All right, so for us to put this image here, we're not going to do it manually. We're going to bring it in from here. You can see legend component, right? But then what we want to bring in is a door, so we are going to come over here and get the door. So you keep going down till you come over to where we have doors. Right, so let me just start with this. Let me just place this one here and change it to elevation. You see elevation front. Now you see that the line we created is not good enough. It's not big enough. So let me just bring this one down. This is not door one, obviously. Let's go and find out which door is our door one, and then find the name so we can come here and locate it inside this place. So we can select this now and change it here, as you can see. So back to the ground floor plan. Okay, that's the door one, this particular door. So this is, door interface 3, D4, right? So I'm going to just take this out and then put it in on this other screen. So when I come over here, I'm going to find that door. This is it. So that's our D1. Just keep it over there. Let's do for D2. D2 is 910 by 210 security door. So I'll just select this, come in here, and look at it here. This is it over there. So that's the Oikos security door. So D3 is a normal door that we have for the bedrooms. This is just this. So D4 is going to be a smaller door. That's okay. So the fourth one is the fifth one is the kitchen escape door, another security door, but a smaller one. Like this wide. That's it. So yeah. Right. So I'll just select this, duplicate it over there. Let's see the dimension of this line and see what we are dealing with here. I want each of these things to be. But before I even go further editing this thing, let me drag it to the sheet so that it doesn't, by the time we are done, find out that it is bigger than the sheet, and then that becomes a problem. So door schedule, not this is the one we created. Okay, we are fine, we don't have any problems. So I'll select this and I'm going to change it to no title. So let's see. 2, 3, 4. I think that's it. So with this now, I'm going to draw an equal line like that. So yeah, it works. So I'll move this to this ending one, this to this to this, this to this. So there we have it. So nudge it to the middle as best as you can. All right. Cool. All right, so that's right about it for the doors. Now these ones didn't get up to the place they're supposed to get up to, so I'm just gonna, put them where they're supposed to be. Try and bring this thing to the middle. This one also. D2, D1, D3, D4, D5. Right, so I'm going to start the dimensioning. That's 1, 2 door. But then this door is unevenly openable, so that's it. So this is like showing the width and the height of the door, right? So when you look at it, you already know. So this one, the difference between these two doors lies in the fact that this is a security door, that is not a security door. So it's a metal door, this is just a wood door, right? So this one is a flush door with architrave. Okay, so we are going to avoid the architraves to get the actual height and width of it. So this is the kitchen's security door, but this is actually smaller. And there you have it. So here we're going to have the dimension to kind of summarize what we have just done here. Dimension. This is 1, 2 by 2, 1. Put brackets. Both of them are in millimeters, so I'm going to nudge this up. I'm going to copy it around. So this is 900. So basically, all the doors are 2, 1. So 900. This is another 900. This is 750. Another 750, right? Okay, so the next thing is to describe this door. What are these doors made of? The specifications of this door. What are the specs? Description. The description. And then I'll just type in this one. This is a double leaf offset swing sprayed finish metal door because it's also a security door. Because it's the door leading into the entire building. The people upstairs, that's how they access their house. So it has to be a little bit secure. Align with architecture. So it's be good to just add that security metal door, right? So here too, we have another single leaf swing metal door, security door actually, with also an architrave. But then if you have a brand that you want to order from, you can just, add oikos. Okay, this one too can also be from oikos. Okay, but you have to be careful if you are specifying this oikos when, like, if you just copied it and pasted it when oikos is not what you want to specify, that might lead to an issue. So, if you want to do the close-ended specification stuff, you have to be a little bit careful. So the description for this one is a panel door. This particular one is just a panel door, a wooden panel door. So here we have almost the same thing, but then this is a flush door. So the same thing here with this, but then this one has a different size. All right, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to just keep this here. Now you can go ahead and add more details to this, like what ironmongeries, like when I say ironmongeries, I mean the keys, the lock, the hinges it is going to use. If you add those information, right? Like for this one, we can choose to just bring it down, and then this can be, look at the ironmongery, you can say door fitted stop, like door stopper, so that the door won't be jamming the wall. Silver coated accessories, independent door lock and handle mechanisms. Okay, these ironmongeries are just the things you use to like fit the doors. Okay, the doors themselves. And then you have the handles, you have the mechanism, that's the lock mechanism. It has the door stopper, the one you keep behind the door to keep the door from closing. You also have the hinges and every other thing that comes with that door. Maybe the peepholes and all that, right? If there are peepholes to be specified on the door. All right, so I'm just going to nudge it up. Then for this one, it can also be the same thing. Right? If you have additional informations that you need to add or details that you need to showcase there, go ahead and do that. Okay, but for the purpose of what we are doing, I'm just going to put this all over the place. Then the next thing I want us to do is now the schedule, that is the number of this door we have on different levels. Okay, so I'm going to differentiate it by levels, like I just said now. So I'm going to copy the first one. I'm going to copy because this is where I'm going to add the number, quantity. Then we have the ground floor, the first floor, and then the total. Make this a little bit bigger. So I think this is rather too small a little bit. So I want this to be the same height, and then from here to here I want to include something. Drag this down. So I'm just going to bring out all these things that we have here, so that one is standing free and alone. So ground floor, okay, we can have this to be a bit longer, like this. So we can fit the ground floor in a single line, or we can try to fit it in a single line, right? So just copy this. First floor. Second floor. So we're going to now, I'm going to copy this over here. Quantity. But you know what? Let me just write QTY. That way it's easier for me. Then here, where are these doors located? And to that, I'm going to say C annotation plan. Because that is where we tagged all those things. For this one, however, we're going to have the numbers show up here, but we don't know what these numbers are. We can go there and start counting them manually. Yeah, but it is going to stress us to do that manually. So I'm just going to copy this all over, right? So I'll select this and delete them. Yeah. So down here, what we're going to have total over there. I don't know. Total. So yeah, S totals. Right. So I'm going to now get the information on this. So in the schedule, I'm going to create a new schedule, and it is going to be for doors. And I'll say okay. So information I want to have here is the count. Number one, we need to know the count, and I need the levels too. And then I need the type marks. Right? What else do I need? That's pretty much it. The type mark, the levels, the count. Then I'll say okay. Now we have all this. Now I want us to do something in the sorting and grouping. I want us to make the level the first head, and then the type mark. Let me do it one by one so that I see what happens. So if I should say okay now, hold on a minute. I want to create a header for it, and I say, okay, you see ground floor, you see the first floor, you see the second floor. These are the doors we are having over there, and then you see the levels. Now, I don't want to be seeing the level as usual. I'm going to hide it. So focus on the important things. Now, I want to have a second grouping now. I want to group things by the type marks. Okay. And then I'll say, okay. You see now, we have the D1, both of them, the D2, all of them, D3, D4, and then 2 D5s. Now, I don't want to itemize all the instance, right? I want the D1s to combine and then for them to give me the number together, like do the addition. Now, you have D1, 2, D3, 2 on this ground floor, D3, 6, D4, 8, D5, 2. So you can see we have all the information. So on the first floor, we don't have D1 again, so that's new. Others have. So you see, like this now, we have all the information. So we just go over there and then we fill it, right? That's very simple, very easy. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to minimize this and keep it one side, right? So here now, on the ground floor plan, the D1 is 2. On the first floor plan, we don't have it. So duplicate it, also duplicate it over here. And here we write nil. Also nil. It is not there. So here and here, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to move it over here. So for the D2 here, On the ground floor plan, we have it is 2. D2 here. On the first floor plan is 6. Right? So like that. D2 on the here is also 6. So when you calculate the totals here, you're going to get 2. Here you're going to get 14. So just like that. So I'll just come out here, select this, nudge it down a little bit. I'm done with this, so I'm just going to delete it out. And I'm going to edit this and I'm going to call it door schedule. Okay. All right, so the next one is the window schedule. So the window schedule is a little bit like the door schedule. So I'm just going to open here and copy what we did here and paste it here, right? And then I'm going to create a new sheet and then drag my window schedule into it. Now we are going to create the same thing we created for doors, but this time around for windows. So I'm going to add count, obviously, and then I'm going to add level. And I'm going to add type mark. That's it. Say okay. Now in the sorting and grouping like we did before, I'm going to put level and then make it a header. Then I'm going to put type mark second. Right, and I'm going to uncheck itemize every instance. It is going to combine them like this for me. Now these windows are the ones above. Let me just show you what I mean. You know, we already tagged. Hold on a minute, hold on a minute, hold on a minute, hold on a minute. Let's go back to the ground floor. It's as if there's a window we did not tag. Like this is the window we did not tag. So W1, W2, let me see. This is why these schedules are very good. Okay. I wanted to say the windows are the ones above, but then I got there and I realized that what I have up there are curtains, not windows, so it shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't come up in there. Sorry, let me find. Yeah, this is it. So I now realized that there are windows I did not tag, and now I'm going to go over there and tag them and like edit the tags to what we want. So you can see we are having this. Let me just remove this window schedule. 1, 2, 3. So we'll need W4 and W5. So here, this is supposed to be W4. W4. Right. This is another window that we didn't tag. That's the kitchen windows. Then W5. And now when I open this back, you're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No number, no strange number. So yeah, there's no need to have this, even though I'm not going to bring it in. So still normal. So for hold on a minute. Let me just close this as well. Now, this is supposed to be our window schedule now. Let me confirm that it is. Yeah, this is supposed to be our window schedule now. So first of all, first things first, I'm going to edit this and then call it window schedule. Right, this I'm going to select. Now I need to actually, hold on a minute. I need to open that ground floor plan again. I need to know the name of those windows. So the first window, which is this, is DBL plane click. Now, how I can help myself know the window that is which window is which window is just to rename it, maybe temporarily, and call it W1. I say okay. Right? This one that is 2, I'm going to rename it to W2, or just add W2 to the name so I can easily recognize it. Say okay. Where's W3? This is the W3. So I'm going to edit it, rename W3. Say okay. Say okay. For W4, I'll do the same thing. Rename. Instead of having bathroom there, I'm going to call this W4. Just so we are faster with what we're doing. For the W5, I'm going to rename it and then call it W5. When you are done, you can still come back here and rename these windows if you desire. Okay, but this is to help us be faster with what we're doing. So I'm going to select this now, and I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to go down to where we have the windows, right? W, you can see we are still in L. That should be the last things. So you can see our W1, that is it. I'm going to delete dimensions. So W2. W5. Right, so all these are positioned at 2-1 dimension, that like from the finished floor. That's the height. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to type in 2-1. Okay. So yeah. Obviously, the line is evenly distributed. Well, if we want to know the sill height, we can also add this dimension from there to this place, right? So that will also give us the sill height. So here I will also include 2, 1. All right, so that's the window. That's how you do the ones for window. So for here, I'm going to just change this D to W, to W, W. So, yep. So the dimension, obviously, we're going to impute the dimension. This is 12 by 15. So all right, so for the windows, I'm going to put the description now. So we have the description for this one. This is a double leaf aluminum framed casement windows with tinted glazing. You can see how that goes. Something like that. And this is this, but smaller. Okay. But or we can just choose to have a sliding window there instead. Right? Sliding window for what you want. Now, by the virtue of it being a sliding window, oh no, this gives it away. This is not supposed to be a sliding window. So I suggest that when you have a window that shows this shows the swing, the door swing, the window swing of this thing. So for the sake of that, this window is like this. You can edit this to turn it off. Let me see if we can even do that. W5. Or what you can do is come over here and annotate, use not the field region now, the mask region, the one that does not have the invisible line, because this window is all over the place. I don't want the situation where I will turn it off to turn on for other things. In fact, I want it to have, so that I want to have a thin line, so that I can easily align them to this place. Then say yes. Now it is covered. Now I can add arrows for the sliding doors, the sliding windows, right? So oh, that's not very big. So I'm going to just copy it to this other place. Okay. So that makes it a sliding window just by the graphics aspect of it. This one that doesn't have this should also have, right? So I'm just going to select this and select hidden. With the hidden line, I'll just add for it. All right, so there you have it. Okay, so now we're back to the ironmongery that we're going to do. So here I'm just going to paste this aluminum lever handle. Well, for this, however, this is a sliding door. It's going to be different. So it's going to have a lock. All right, so when you close it, you lock it up. Now for the location, exactly, everything is the way they're supposed to be. So we're just going to come in here, look at the numbers, and then impute them. So 666 for the W1. So I'm going to type in 666. So here we're having 18. For the W5, we have 2222, that's 6. Okay, I think that's okay. So that's that for the window schedule. All right, so like I was saying, there are various ways you can do this window schedule. This is another window schedule. Okay, this is another way you can do window schedule. You can see this is also a window schedule. You see, it has an actual opening, it has structural opening. So all these things are just working with text and dimensions, and then that same thing that we used. Now, if you want to show this stuff on plan, it's quite very simple. You just have to open it up, select this, and then come over here in the view, drop it down, you'll see floor plan. Once you put it on floor plan, it becomes in floor plan, but it's going to delete dimensions. And I don't want to do that. So I'll just cancel, tell it not to do that. So back to what I was talking about. So you just do this, you see the way we turned the level. Hold on a minute. The way we turn this text when we turned it, so you can, like that, turn the text for the ones that you want them to be straight. Use the dash line, add it around to indicate the structural opening and then the actual opening. And then you put the description given to you by the person that did the design, the architect that did the design, or if you're the one that did the design, want to do the working drawing, you put your specification. As you can see, this one has the specification for description, frame, subframe, glass, ironmongery, you understand? So, and then the location where it is going to be. And as usual, I will tell you, see annotation plan. Then the quantities, right? As you can see. And also, apart from having this, you can also have material specification, like the schedule, the finishes schedule, right? So you come over here, this is the material for, floors, the walls, skirting, the walls, and then the ceiling, right? Then for the individual spaces, this is where you have the mark, that's the code. I'll just use the code. So whenever you see, for the floors, you see FL10, come over here, you're going to see FL10. This is what that means. Okay, for the dining, the same thing. For the WC, FL07. Come over here, FL07, polished terrazzo floor with epoxy. So all those things are the things that, were specified. And I just come over here, do them in such a way that I can fit everything in one page. The kitchenette, the bedroom, all of those things, they have these things. So the WC does not have skirting because it has a wall tile. So that's why you're seeing nail over there. Okay, so for the walls, you see WA03. You come over here to the walls, you see WA03. What does that mean? Glazed, polished wall tile. So like that, you can also do your wall finishes and then all those schedule of finishes with just tags. Some people prefer to do theirs with, they will just come over here. Instead of having this thing, they're going to have like the materials, and then in the areas where that material is what is going to be used for the finishes, they will just put a black dot there to show you that, okay, this is what we're using for this space. That is also good. Okay, it depends on what the person you are doing the work for prefer. Because the reason why I did this one like this is because the owner of this drawing, instructed me to do his own like this because this is what he's used to. And I did it for him like that, right? Okay. So yeah, I think we are finally at the end of this, masterclass. Okay. We have done the design, concept design, and we modeled everything. We brought in all the components that we needed to be able to do that. And after that, we did both the design, the building model, and then the site model. We imported all the components we need both for the site and the building. And then the second, I showed you how to do presentation, okay? Presentation drawings and packaging, okay? There are some courses I told you to go and look up that we didn't touch because I don't see any reason for us to be doing that when I've already talked about it in a previous video. And I'm going to link the video in the description, all the videos I feel like you need to watch, in some places to know how to work with your sheets, to know how to export files, to know how to do all those things, right? So now we just finished looking at working drawing, where I did working drawing from the scratch. I showed you how to import the sheets. I showed you how to edit the sheets. I showed you how to duplicate plans, bring them in, do different stuff for based on the different types of plans that you might want to show to be able to communicate accurately and perfectly the design intent of the architect. If you are the architect, your own design intent. All right. So we are finally at the end of this video. Okay. Thank you very much for sticking with me all this while. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you learned a lot. If you did, please give me a like. And if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. Not only subscribing, ring the notification bell so you don't miss any of my future tutorials and masterclass. All right. Thank you once again for watching this video to the end. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.